guys, one of the things when you Google what to see in Cote d'Ivoire is this. Guys, this video is in partnership with Lemonade Finance. Lemonade Finance is an app that allows Africans in Canada and the UK to send money to Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya at zero fees. They also have the best rates in the market, so you get complete value for your money. You can download the app with my referral link in my description box and get 10% cash back on your first transaction. You can also type in my code STELLA if you've downloaded the app directly from the App Store. It's available on the Apple Store and the Play Store. Hi guys, we are back again. Charlie, I hope you're doing amazing. While watching this vlog, do well to subscribe, like and share. We are currently on our way to Yamoussoukro from Abidjan to see the biggest church in Africa, which is called Basilica of Our Lady of Peace of Yamoussoukro. This trip is a day trip and it's about 3 hours drive from Abidjan. So we are finally here at the bus station, which is called Yebougon. That's the Uber that came here with us. It cost us 5,400 to get here from our Airbnb. Now we are going to pick a bus to Yamoussoukro, where we are going to see the biggest church. And so yeah, this is our Uber driver. Yeah. Salut. So yeah, we're going to pick the bus and he's been so helpful. So we got a ticket. He says we have to wait for like an hour before we can join the bus. We are the first passengers. This is how the bus looks like. It's quite comfortable. We arrived at the last stop in Yamoussoukro and we picked a loading taxi which cost us 500 CFA each. We paid 2,000 CFA each, but locals pay 1,000 CFA, which includes a tour guide.
This basilica here is firstly a church before being a tourist attraction, a resort. For that, every day at 7 o'clock in the morning, people are there to pray. Every Saturday at 11:30, they are there to pray. Every Sunday at 10:30, the big mass. And when people are there to pray, they don't need to pay. For a visit, visitors pay because they participate to the maintenance of this area. Okay. That is not an obligation that the precision of the guide depends for you. Okay. We continue, please.
All right.
Okay. Now, you see inside there, we have 60 pillars of two types.
Okay.
There are the small one there, which are the Doric one, and those biggest, which are the Ionic one. Okay. The small one, which are the Doric one, are 48. Okay. The number 48 is a 4 and 8. 4 plus 8 are 12, like the 12 apostles of the Bible. This one is from Mother Mary, Our Lady of Peace. Yeah. This basilica is dedicated to her. Yeah. Because the name of this church is Our Lady of Peace of Yamoussoukro. Things that are down to here, 38 meters, just to appreciate the inside of the church. Inside of this church, no light. No light. We have only the chandelier just to light the altar. Which one? Which chandelier? The chandelier in the middle.
Ah, that one?
Yes. But when it is night and people have some big ceremonies inside, they put on all those bulbs around. Those bulbs around. All of them are 456. Wow. Each one 1,000 watt. They put them up and the inside is light by reflection. Wow. You get me? When I'm here and I talk, no more echo. Because we have decoded the acoustic. The sound system at a three-part. At the ons, we have the carpet down and the red part of the seat. They absorb the sound. Okay. That here, behind us, we see some small square there and small crosses on the board. They're also coming out to avoid the echo. Okay. After the glasses down, explain the Bible story. The glasses around there represent the 12 apostles of the Bible. And the blue part of the dome represents the sky. Okay. The dove up is the symbol of Holy Spirit. Okay. That the Holy Spirit translate the message to the apostles. The apostles send this message to people into the Bible.
Oh, right.
That we have to read the Bible, to have the information the Holy Spirit
It's trying
send
to
it to
tell
the
us.
apostles like the Pentecost Day.
Oh.
This is how they plan to build everything.
Oh, right.
Okay, we go outside to continue us in the church.
Okay.
Technician pass there where we see the doors to go inside of the blue part. They go up for maintenance.
Wow.
But from here to the blue part, there are some stairs.
So guys, the place is really, really huge, and you can't take videos downstairs. That's why I've been giving you this is audio and pictures or videos of the place. But from here, you can shoot. The place is not big; it's super, super huge. Wow! Just look at this. Look at how big the chandelier is. Oh my God!
You see?
So big. So we are currently outside the church, and this is how it looks like from here. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
John.
Oh,
yeah. They are
nice.
the 4 Gospels.
Yeah. And this is the view from here.
The main entrance is there. The main entrance. From the main gate to where we enter, we have about 1 kilometer of marble.
Wow.
This area, this place, before building this church, this basilica, the place was the coconut plantation of the late President Felix Houphouët-Boigny and his family.
Okay.
That because of the faith he had for God and the peace in his country during his time, he decided to build a church, a basilica, just to make an offering to God. Okay. For that, him and his family make a gift of the land, 150 hectares.
150 acres. Wow.
The fence of the church is 130 hectares. That the part they use is only 72. This part, we call it the esplanade. It have an opening hand like that, just to say, welcome to us in the church. This place around are the form of a cross. Saying that this basilica is the highest in the world.
Okay.
Because the one for Vatican is the 136, this one 158. 22 meters the difference between this one to Vatican Sun.
Okay.
But this one is also wider. But Vatican Sun can accommodate more people because it's closed by pillars. For that, they say that Vatican Sun is the biggest and this one the tallest. That normally, this one is the biggest in the world. The two biggest. At the left, Vatican Sun, at the right, this one. 22 meters the difference between this one to Vatican Sun.
Yeah.
That around this one, inside the Valley of Paris, where they buried Napoleon.
Wow. Then this is really so. This is a military zone, so no drones are allowed. So I can't fly a drone here. But I hope all the things you have seen here gives a representation of exactly how it is here. This place is very, very huge. Millie, what do you think about this place since I came with you?
I don't know. I feel like I'm in a piece of heaven.
So she says she's in heaven.
Are so deep.
Yeah, and especially because we learned that growing up in the Bible. So it's beautiful. Yeah, like the story of the first miracle of Jesus
turning wine, water into wine,
yes,
and all. So they have those drawings on all
the 12
all
pillars
around the church.
Yeah,
all around the church. The Bible stories, baptism of Jesus.
And you know your Bible so well.
Yeah, of course. The first sin, Adam and Eve eating the apple and the snake, and then up to this is the baptism of Jesus, like the Savior, and all of that. I think this place should be fine.
So yeah. This has been so beautiful. We're about to take some pictures, show you a small tour about this place, and then this is going to end the trip. tour has been so insightful. The place is too big. I've been walking from the entrance right down to the walkway. It's about 3 minutes walk, and I've been walking. This place is really huge. Just look at this. This is so beautiful. Anytime you are here in Cote d'Ivoire, I would encourage you to visit this place. This is one of the places that you must see when you are in Cote d'Ivoire. So this is Cote d'Ivoire. Guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed my first tour here at this big huge church, which is one popular place to see when you come to the Cote d'Ivoire. So I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here. I came here with Millie. Millie, say hi. Until next time on my next video right here in Cote d'Ivoire. Catch you guys. I love you all so much. Mwah. The taxi guy's number, and he's taking us to the crocodile place, which is very close. C'est bon. Looks like Millie has been learning so fast with the French. Yeah, so we are going to see the crocodiles, and you guys are coming along. Okay, ma'am. Yes. Yes. You know crocodile? Oui.
Crocodile.
Yeah, crocodile. So guys, if you want to send money to anyone in Ghana, your family, your loved ones, your mom, your parents, everyone, I can guarantee that sending money through Lemonade Finance is completely free. Don't forget to use my referral code Stella for 10% cash back on all transactions on the Lemonade app. So this is their crocodile paw. I don't know if you guys can see. This is one. Look at his head is out. This is how it looks like from
Boss, you can't stand it.
Malam Tijani ina kake idan kana nan dan Allah ka zo da gaggawa ana neman ka nan. Life will pass through her. Remember her, Mama Ramatu. May her soul rest in peace. The First Lady is filing fast, paying her last respects to the departed one. Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, a transient world from where all beings, human beings, shall one day taste of death. The times when death will come, nobody knows. That is why Violent pass the body down.
Motherly and aware of the weight of office, which she discharged with such excellence, and was always a good person, a human being. There were no scandals, at least from her quarters, and she was thoughtful and supported her husband, who was the vice president at my time, so well. And was a great hostess. Anytime, for instance, we traveled in the north, especially around Tamale, she was the hostess that saw to our comforts. Beautiful cuisine, always smiling, and very much God-fearing.
right here at the Bukom Akotolante junction, where a number of people gathered here to watch the bout in the Anamet. This is the community regarded as the heart of boxing in Ghana, and people came out at around 3 a.m. They stayed awake. Some people brought their chairs to just sleep over here and wake up to watch the bout. And after 12 whirling rounds, Game Boy was able to stand against Ryan Garcia, and it ended in favor of Ryan Garcia. Let's go ahead and find the thoughts of some Ghanaians who watched the bout and how people reacted when the decision was made.
How do you see the fight today? It was okay. The only thing I think they did is among Ghanaians. The fought was really good, and you see, I think Garcia is a very good boxer. And secondly, I feel like they really want to disgrace Ghanaians. They are really done well, and I appreciate you for doing that. It's a good fight. Big ups to him. That's what I would say.
Do you think he can go forward to maybe fighting a world title fight after this? Despite his defeat, do you think he can bounce back?
Of course, he did a good show, and I think he's going to get bigger fight more than this time. This is a return of Ryan Garcia. So definitely, all Americans and all wherever he's coming from, he's going to support Ryan Garcia. So he's from Ghana. He's starting from away. So no wonder. He's done a good show. That's all I can say.
All right, sure. Steve, what about you? Your reactions on the fight?
Jumbo really good. I never expected him to fight. Jumbo really good. He fought this. I hope for the best. He fought well.
Oh wow, this is how we became well. Really pleased to have that.
The decision by handing Ryan Garcia the victory, do you think it was a fair decision?
To me, it was it wasn't a fair decision. It wasn't a fair decision. From the time they took their way until now, it wasn't a fair decision.
Do you think he can bounce back and go ahead to fight?
Sure. Came really close to us. And this is how we can do more.
Sure.
Yeah, it's all good, you know, it's amazing fight. I think Game Boy did a great job, you know what I mean? But still got to move on and do more, you know what I mean? Yeah, so shout out. Bless it.
All right, sure.
Fight that one out there.
Oh, yeah, well, no, she ain't here, because any lose Garcia, I left rock, child animal division, full way, I can say to a level.
Okay.
What was that? I don't know. The first time in Paddy around 12, so it's a record Nika Chipokiale. On an Ebomodi or Game Boy Bomodeshi, Ocean for few. You know what if you don't sell on the project, but you want if you pay again the lodges to one. Paddy and the channel, scale the lodges for square. Paddy and Padlock, so Shame Bomodi or Ebomodi, first time G. Paddy around 12, first time G. Around 12, and guy.
When I get a Ghanaian coach, I know affected because on several occasions, in my Garcia, but in our push, I'm going to push like a Ghanaian coach, like sometimes I get I like go fight the arena. mokonye bossa konye mabuku mo edezi kare ni push all kare blow ni nu ya get like this maybe they buy more she the Ghanaian coach and no affect the badly money but all the same no
mo go o fi o control the day le je bele na e stop on me na ni na na wo onu wona le e wo na ga de no be ka gbe na agwale wo le yen good camp on a office Oscar
So those were the reactions from some Ghanaians who watched the fight. Just behind me, a few minutes ago, the place was crowded with a number of people standing here to watch the fight. But it all ended with Game Boy not winning the fight. But a number of people are still happy that their own, that's Game Boy, was able to finish the fight in the 12th round, only for the decision to go against him. My name is Joseph Adamafield, reporting for GhanaWeb.
Welcome to another wonderful episode of Diaspora Link, here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. I am your host, Diallo Sumbri, and we thank you for joining us this week. We have another exciting episode. I'm really thrilled about interviewing today's guest, Mr. Sifiwe Baleka, who's come here all the way from Guinea-Bissau. I'm so happy that we've been able to catch him while he was in town. So let's get into it and learn a little bit more about Sifiwe. So, before we get into our interview with Mr. Sifiwe Baleka, let's find out a little bit more about him. And as you know, we always start off with choices. So, Sifiwe, this is really simple. I'm going to give you two choices. You choose one and tell us why.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. So, since I know a little bit of something about you and your history, I might throw some of that in there.
Okay.
Okay? All right. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. Ethiopia versus Guinea-Bissau. You can only choose one.
Guinea-Bissau.
Guinea-Bissau. Why Guinea-Bissau?
One, that is my ancestral homeland.
Okay.
And two, I really love the people of Guinea-Bissau and how they have welcomed me.
Got you. Next one. Bald head versus dreadlocks.
Bald head.
Why?
My significant other likes that.
Smart man. Smart man. You better do what you like, bro.
Yes.
Okay. Next one. All right. How about this? Ethiopian food versus palm nut soup.
Ethiopian food.
Why Ethiopian food?
I really enjoy the injera and the shirawat and it's, you know, they have their own spices, their own unique thing, and that was the first food I had in Africa, and it's natural, it's real, it's fresh. I love all the African food, but me, I'm partial to Ethiopian food. In fact, after this interview, we're going to go get some Ethiopian food.
I'm going to the Ethiopian restaurant in Ghana.
Yes.
Okay, all right, how about this? I'm going to move the sports a little bit.
Okay.
Basketball or football? Basketball or football?
Yeah, well, of course I'm going to say swimming, but...
I didn't say swimming.
Yeah, I know.
That's why I didn't make him one of the
So
choices.
for me, I would say football.
Football, American
Yes.
football. Why
Yes.
football over basketball?
I wanted to be a football player when I was young, and I did play football in high school. I played basketball too, and I was better at football.
Okay, because you played football and you were better at it.
Yeah.
All right, how about this? Some good old nice down south cooked macaroni and cheese versus jollof rice.
Jollof rice.
Jollof rice over mac and cheese. Why jollof?
Yes. I think it's healthier on the one hand. And if they put nice flavors and spices in it, I'm all for that because I like spicy food. And with the jollof rice, you can put all kinds of sauces on it.
Okay, so it's more diverse.
Yeah.
All right, got it. Ladies and gentlemen, choices. One of the things we know about choices is that we make them every day. We make choices every day, even without thinking about the choices that we make. But we should always learn to respect each other's choices. If we respect each other's choices, we'll get along a lot better in this world. So, always remember, choices should bring us closer together and not divide us further apart. So now that we've gotten to know a little bit more about our guest, Mr. Sifiwe Baleka, let's get into the interview. Sifiwe.
Yes.
Once again, I'm very happy to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. This is great.
So, you're not from Ghana, right? But what brings you to Ghana?
So actually, I came to represent Guinea-Bissau in the 14th African Swimming Championships.
14th African Swimming Championships.
Yes.
There'd be so much stuff happening in Ghana. You don't even know that this type of thing is happening unless you meet somebody like you.
Yes, so this was the biggest competition, swimming competition for the continent that they have every 2 years.
Okay. In every 2 years, is it hosted in another country on an African continent?
Yeah, it can change different places. And 2 years from now, the All African Games, it will be here in Ghana as well. So.
Okay, so All African Games, is that like an African Olympics?
Yes.
Well, I'm ignorant. I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna look up the All African Games. All right. So now, I heard you say that you were representing Guinea-Bissau.
Yes.
Okay. So because I know you in real life, I know why and how, but we're going to get back to that. We're not going to. So let's talk about where you're from. Where are you from? Where were you born?
So I was born and raised outside the city of Chicago in the United States.
Chi-Town in the house.
Yes.
Chi-Town in the building. What's up, Chi-Town? Thank you for showing me love every time I visited there. Okay, so you were born in Chicago, born and raised?
Born and raised suburbs of Chicago. Actually, Aurora, Illinois.
Illinois, which is close enough to Chicago for you to say Chicago.
Exactly.
Nobody from Chicago is going to get mad that you're from Aurora and
I
saying
don't think
Chicago.
So.
Okay, they're cool with it. So your family, everybody was from Chicago?
Yes.
All right. And you went to school, so tell us a little bit about your schooling and, you know, kind of how you moved around.
So my father graduated from Fisk University, which is a historical black
HBCUs in the building. Shout out to Fisk.
Yes.
Shout out to W.B. Du Bois. Right?
Yes, exactly.
All right. I know a little something.
And my father had a degree in mathematics, and so in those 1960s period, 1970s, he was part of that generation that had an opportunity to get a good job and move out to these suburbs. We were actually the second African-American family to move into an all-white neighborhood.
Wow, so Aurora was all white.
Yes, well, the place where I was raised, called Oswego, Illinois, all white. So I was raised there. I went, all the way to school, high school, graduated.
Now hold on. What was that? What was that like? Because it wasn't, I'm not dating you, but it wasn't the 90s or the 80s. So what was that like in a place like Chicago, outside of Chicago at that time, being one of the only black families in an all-white neighborhood? Was it a progressive white neighborhood?
So I was born in 1971. I will date myself.
Okay, no problem.
And at that time, I would say it was a progressive white neighborhood, but you have to understand, I didn't see anyone that looked like me, okay? And going through school, I remember when Roots came out, and I saw that. And for me, as a young boy at the time, I felt a lot of shame. Like, why do I have to be part of the losing team, the team that was enslaved? I felt a lot of shame. And there was sort of this inferiority complex. But at the same time, you know, I was a good athlete.
Okay.
And, you know, in America...
All sports?
All sports. I played everything.
You played everything. Okay.
And I dominated everything, too.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes a difference?
Yes, it does, because in America, that's a big deal. And because of that, I was accepted and brought fame and glory to the town.
Got you.
So I was accepted.
In a different way.
I get it. Yeah.
So, wow. Okay, so you grew up there, elementary school, middle school, high school.
Yes.
Now it's time to go to college.
Yes.
And
so at that time, you know, I was one of the I was top 10 swimmer. I was one of the fastest swimmers in the country.
Okay.
And I was fortunate enough.
Was there a particular swim meet? What is it called in swimming?
They're called meets, swim meets. Yeah.
So was it like?
So you have nationals, you have junior nationals, you have all these things, and so I was ranked in the top 10. I was one of the fastest high school swimmers in the country. So I had an opportunity. I was recruited by all the colleges and universities, and you know, I was fortunate enough I could go anywhere.
Full scholarship.
Full scholarship. But, you know.
You didn't go to Fisk?
No, I didn't. The historical black colleges, they didn't have swimming programs. And my goal was to make the Olympics. I wanted to be the first African American on the U.S. Olympic swim team.
Nice.
And in order to do that, I needed to go somewhere where the swim program would allow me to do that. I ended up going to Yale University, which was a strange decision, because it was actually the worst swim team in the Ivy League. And everyone was like, you could go anywhere. Why don't you go to a great swimming school? Why are you going to this? The coach at Yale had a reputation for getting underdogs onto the Olympic swim team. So one reason was because of the coach, but the other reason was I had this strange out-of-body experience where I felt the ancestors were telling me, this is where you need to go. So I ended up going to Yale.
Let me stop you there real quick. Did you have this out-of-body experience at the time where you was like, okay, this is the ancestors, or in retrospect, looking back, were you like, okay, that was the ancestors telling me?
No, it happened at the time, and it was very vivid, very clear. It was, some people might call it revelation. So I mean, I knew instantly at the moment that I was going to make that decision. And it didn't matter that it was crazy or it would seem crazy to anybody else. It was crystal clear to me that the ancestors are saying, this is where you need to go. And in 4 years, I led that team from being the worst team in the league to Ivy League champions.
Wow. So you became champion in your last year or your third year?
In the fourth year.
Okay, so you moved up each year?
Yes, each year we moved up and became champions.
I mean, that's a big deal. Yale is a prestigious institution. Yale is considered to be one of the best, or at least Ivy League schools in the U.S. It was expensive.
Yes.
Your father didn't have to pay, so I'm sure he was...
No, he did have to pay. See, so Ivy League schools don't give athletic scholarships.
So wait a minute. Have you gone back to thank your father?
Yes, yes, I have.
Because you can go full scholarship to anywhere, and you chose to go to a school where your dad still had to pay.
Well, my father, to his credit, you know, he said, listen, this is your life, it's your decision. This is the first major decision you're going to make as an adult. He said, wherever you want to go to school, right, that's your decision, and I will help you to do that. And so true to his word, I, you know, explained to him, this is where I want to go, and he helped me do it, yes.
Wow. Okay, so from Yale, you were a swimmer, heavily into athletes. What happened after Yale?
So my senior year at Yale, I had this identity crisis where, you know, I started to realize, become racially conscious and politically conscious, and realized what kind of institution it was. It was a modern day plantation, if you will, education, and had all of these conflicts, and ended up leaving Yale 2 months before graduation to travel around the world.
Wait a minute. Sorry. 2 months before graduation?
Yes, 2 months before graduation.
You had all the credits to graduate?
Everything.
You had finish?
Yes.
But you got your degree.
I ended up coming back to get the degree. Yes.
I mean, but you didn't leave and have to go back and take classes again.
You know, I did.
Okay, I got to hear this story.
So, yes, I had...
2 months before graduation, you leave.
Yes.
Okay.
So I started having conflicts with the administration. I started to become this free thinker. I had this political consciousness. I started challenging, you know, and having my own thoughts about what I was learning. And I started having conflicts with the administration, and I realized that Yale was no longer helping me, it was stifling me. I never went there for the degree in the first place. And at that time, you know, they were having strikes because Yale has this billion-dollar endowment, but the people that run Yale and take care of Yale, African-American people, they weren't even being paid a living wage. So there were, you know, all of these strikes, and I sided with the unions and the strikers, and we had boycott.
And as a star athlete,
yes,
in your final year,
yes,
bringing all of this attention to Yale,
yes,
for you to side with the custodians and the unions and the workers, that was a big deal.
Yes, it was a very big deal, and I just had a change in my thinking about why I was there and what I needed to do. And you know, I was a philosophy major, and I got tired of reading about Jesus and the Buddha and, you know, all of these spiritual luminaries. I wanted to be like them. So I gave up everything. I just literally 3 days after I led the team to the Ivy League championships, I left school. It just disappeared.
Yo, I'm just saying, I'm glad. So my son got a full scholarship, and I would have been happy for him to find himself and all of that. But you need to finish school. I would have been like, you need to finish school, champ. But go ahead. So, where did you go? What did you do?
So I left school. I showed up. I went home. My father didn't know anything about this. I showed up. I said, Dad, listen, I love you. I just want to let you know, I'm going to go travel around the world. Thank you. I love you. I don't know when I'm coming back, if ever. And then I left and didn't look back. And I traveled around the world for 15 years. I became a devout Rastafarian. Okay. And that's when I developed this African consciousness.
Over the course of that 15 years.
Yes.
So you came to face with yourself, so to speak.
Yes.
During your senior year in college at Yale.
Yes.
Now, because you were a star athlete, right, and you talked about being in Aurora, Illinois, for most of your high school, and then going to Yale, these are both majority white environments.
Yes.
Even though you were a star athlete, did you experience directly like any forms of racism that led you to kind of discovering this African consciousness, or did it just happen naturally?
You know, when you're a star athlete, you get treated with a lot of respect, and even though there's racism all around you, and what they call microaggressions and all those things, you don't suffer it the same way that if you're not a star athlete, right? So there wasn't any particular moments. You know, I wasn't having run-ins with the police or anything like that.
Okay.
Those things happened afterwards. You know, after I started traveling and I came back with my dreadlocks and I was politically conscious, then I started suffering all those kinds of racist experiences, but not at first.
Wow. So, 2 months from graduation.
Yes.
Man, that was some serious revelations.
So I ended up, you know, I had vowed that I would never go back to Yale, but in order to honor my father, I eventually, I had traveled for about 2.5 years.
Okay.
I did come back, and in order to honor my father, I did go back for one last semester and graduate and got my degree.
Finished and got your degree.
Right?
Okay.
And then I left again to pursue this Pan-African duty that I felt.
So, in your travels during that 15 years, I'm assuming you traveled to some African countries.
Yes.
What were some of the other countries you went to visit?
So the first place I went to was Ethiopia.
Okay.
And
Spent some time in Ethiopia.
Spent some time in Ethiopia. I actually worked as a journalist in Ethiopia, which allowed me to go to the African Union.
Okay.
And I lived in Shashamani, which is the community where Rastafarians have repatriated because of the land grant. I came to Ghana, first time I came to Ghana was in 2007 for the African Union Grand Debate.
Okay.
And I was a delegate there.
So Ethiopia, Ghana, have you visited any other?
I've been to Benin, Togo, Egypt, South Africa, and now I live in Guinea-Bissau.
Okay, so what we're going to do right now, it feels like a good time to do it, is we are going to play Africa in 60. So, Safiwe.
Okay.
Africa in 60 is a game we play where we want to see how many African countries our guests can name in 60 seconds.
In 60 seconds,
We purposely don't tell you this in advance.
Yes,
because if
see.
we did, we know you'd be looking at the map and studying, and we know everybody will be studying. So, all right, do we have our timer set? We ready? We got our buzzer set? Okay. You ready?
Yes.
Okay, in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Okay, let's see. Egypt, Sudan, Somalia, Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Lesotho, Namibia, Mozambique, Angola, Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, Mali, Morocco, Algeria, Senegal, Gambia, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Chad.
Good job. Keep going. You got some more time.
Okay, I got some more time. Hold on. Chad. I said Mali, I think. Mauritius. Cape Verde.
Okay. Time.
Okay.
Did you say Guinea-Bissau?
Yeah, I did say Guinea-Bissau.
I want to make sure.
Yeah, I did say
okay,
it.
I counted about 25, which is good. It's not bad.
Okay.
It's not bad. It's not
Okay,
bad. It's
not
not
bad.
bad. It's not bad. So, Africa in 60 is all about making sure that we remember Africa's a continent, a huge continent with 54 nations. And in each nation, there are different languages, there are different cultures. So let's just make sure that as we continue to talk about Africa, and as we continue to talk about the diaspora, that we remember that Africa is not this one monolithic thing. So no one speaks African, so to speak. All right? So we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back after this break with more with Safiwe. That's Africa in 60. So let's continue with us. So what'd you think about Africa in 60?
That's fun.
That's fun, right?
Yeah, it's
you
fun.
don't think about it, right? You don't, because most of the time you think you know all of the countries, but that 60 seconds gives you that pressure. Now, this is not swimming. If we were swimming, you handle pressure well when you're swimming. Okay, so you traveled around the world for 15 years. You had developed this level of African consciousness. You became a Rastafarian. You moved to Ethiopia. You went to all of these other countries. You began working with the AU. And then you decided to go back to Yale.
Yeah.
And finish your degree. What was that experience like when you went back?
It was very different. Okay. First of all, I looked different. I had dreadlocks that were down to my shoulders. And I didn't know anyone there. Everyone that I knew had graduated and gone.
This was like 15 years later?
No, it wasn't 15. This was 2.5 years later.
Okay, 2.5 years later.
It was
okay.
in the midst of that 15 years.
Got you.
But, you know, I was living in an abandoned building because I didn't want my father to be paying anymore. He did his part. So now I'm there as a man on my own. And I was living in an abandoned building, squatting, you know, to make it through. And I started to have encounters with Yale security, New Haven police. And at that time, though, New Haven, Connecticut, which is where Yale is, they had a very strong Black Panther Party.
Okay.
And there were Black Panther Party members that still lived there that were now elders that sort of took me under their wing, and I started to get sort of that mentorship, that training. And, you know, your perspective changes once
Right.
you develop this level of consciousness. So my experience at Yale was very different. I went from just being totally focused on being a swimmer and trying to make the Olympics to now I'm politically involved in the community.
Mm-hmm. And did you feel like you could maintain a commitment to being politically involved and still swim to reach the Olympics, or did that change your perception about the Olympics?
No, I was retired from swimming at that point.
You hadn't continued.
I was done with swimming.
But it was always your first love. I mean, not first love, but swimming was, at that time, it was still something you loved to do.
Yeah, swimming was, you know, I started competitive swimming at the age of 8.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yes, in a way it was my first love. But once I left Yale, after we won that Ivy League championship, I was done. I didn't make the '92 Olympic swimming team.
Okay.
And I no longer had the heart or the spirit to try again for another 4 years. So I was done with it.
So you made your way around the world, and then eventually you made it back to the U.S., right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you got back to the U.S., what were you doing then?
I was, you know, an activist, doing activist type of things.
Living the activist life.
Yeah, in a nonprofit, you know, working at various nonprofits and struggling to try to make ends meet. And
but satisfied with the work you were doing.
Absolutely.
And it was worth it to have these personal struggles as long as you could continue to be committed to work that help your people.
Yes, because that was the change in the mentality, was that because of the opportunities, educational and others that I had, you know, I had read Marcus Garvey, and he said people like me had to undergo what he called a racial re-education if you wanted to be of use for your race. So I felt this tremendous responsibility to serve my people, African American people, black people, African people, Pan-Africanism. I felt this duty to serve, and that was personally rewarding. Me, I was never interested in you know, making the money. Yes, we need money to live and those kind of things, but my goal wasn't to make money and become rich.
That wasn't your thing.
Yeah, my thing was make a contribution to our struggle that my grandchildren and great-grandchildren would be proud of and say, oh, my father did this as part of the struggle.
Hold it right there. We'll be right back with Safiwe Baleka to talk more about not only where he's from, but where he is now and what he's doing. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much, other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkergroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. And we are back. Welcome back to Diaspora Link here exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. I am here on this episode with my guest, Mr. Sifiwe Baleka. Okay, so let's pick right up. So you are now an African. Let's just say it that way, right? You are now an African. You are back in Connecticut. You are working various nonprofits and doing different things. You know, did you have, so outside of your father, you have other family members or friends around? Were people like concerned, like, man, you went to Yale, you left, you know, 2 months before graduation? Were people really concerned? And later on, did they come and say, oh, wow, well, he made some really strange or unusual choices, but he still turned out to be okay?
That's exactly what happened. At the time, my family was very concerned. You know, they weren't with me at Yale, so they weren't there to witness the changes. Mm-hmm. They didn't understand them. They didn't know anything about this Rastafari thing. So yeah,
all y'all do is smoke weed.
That's what they thought.
That's the going thought about Rastafarianism is that you just smoke weed.
Yeah, but for me it wasn't. For me it was about studying Emperor Haile Selassie's plans for developing Ethiopia and rebuilding his country, right? So yeah, I made all of these different choices, which now my family's quite proud of the work that I've done,
right.
Having taken, started off on this traditional path, then gone on this very unconventional, unorthodox path, and only to have accomplished things, I think, that they're proud of. And the real turning point was in 2003. And okay. I don't know if people really understand the significance of this. In some ways it's even prophetic, but I think in the future this will be the turning point. Two things happened in 2003. One, the African Union amended their constitution to include the diaspora for the first time in officially building the continent. And two, I believe it's 2003 that African Ancestry started, which is a new technology, a new tool that all of a sudden African diaspora people who for all these hundreds of years and generations didn't know where they came from in Africa. Now we have a tool where we could find out exactly who we come from and where we come from in Africa, and there is this sort of instrument at the African Union that will allow us, right, as a way in. All of that happened in 2003, and it just so happened that the moment the African Union was making this invitation, I was the lone representative of the African diaspora at the African Union when this thing happened. And so
you talked about African ancestry, right, and being able to take your DNA test to find out where you're from. When did you take your test?
I took my test in, I believe it was 2009 or 2010.
Okay, but you remember African ancestry happening at that time, the same time as the African Union. Okay,
yes.
So I was actually going to say, okay, so now let's go back to you swimming in Ghana on this particular trip for Guinea-Bissau.
Yes.
Now, how can a black man from Aurora, Illinois, right?
Yes.
Who went to Yale and took Yale to the championship in their last year and also left school 2 months before graduating, grew locks, became a Rastafarian, right?
Yes.
Moved back to America. How can a black man like you with that history represent a sovereign country like Guinea-Bissau in the swim meet?
So I did my DNA test.
Okay.
Maternal and paternal.
With African
With
ancestry.
African ancestry.
With African ancestry, okay.
And discovered that on my paternal side, my sequence similarity showed that I was 100% the same, had the same genetic sequence as Balanta from Guinea-Bissau.
The Balanta people from Guinea. Okay,
yes.
from Guinea-Bissau.
So.
And your maternal?
My maternal is Yoruba.
Okay.
Yeah.
From?
Nigeria.
Okay, present-day Nigeria.
Now, you know, I was raised by my father.
Okay.
It was just me and my father, right? So I'm very close to my father's side. When I discovered my ancestry was Balanta, of course I want to find out as much as I can about it. And Balanta, never having had chiefs, leaders, established any kind of state structures or kingdoms, as a result, Western scholarship was not interested in Balanta because there's this bias, this privilege that, you know, if you don't have state structures, you're not worthy of civilization. So it was very difficult to find information on Balanta. So me being a scholar and having that skill set, you know, I dug deep and everything I could find, I compiled and published 3 books on Balanta history because I knew that other Balanta people like myself would want this information.
Right, because if you took your DNA test and found out that you were Balanta, someone else also would have taken theirs. Okay, so you've written 3 books. What are the names of your books?
It's called Balanta Barasa, My Sons.
Okay.
Those Who Resist Remain.
Okay.
It's 3 volumes.
Okay.
And in the process of doing that, I wrote those 3 volumes in a year and a half.
Okay.
I had the financial security and the ability to work full-time on that. It was very intense. So I was internalizing all of that information, and I was reactivating my Balanta genetic code, so to speak, which really inspired me to, now I must go to my ancestral homeland. And I did that. I was in January of 2020, I came to Guinea-Bissau for the first time.
Okay.
And that made me the first person in my family since my 5th generation great-grandfather, who was captured as a boy and brought from his homeland in Nakra, Guinea-Bissau, or actually Unche, Guinea-Bissau, to South Carolina. After 250 years, I was the first of my family to return.
Wow.
Of course, it was a very profound moment. Anybody that undergoes a journey like that knows what we're talking about. And during that visit, you know, I wanted to help other Balanta people make that connection. And that was the real sort of purpose of that visit.
Right.
But in the process of doing that, I actually met with the Minister of Sport, who knew about my swimming background. I had come out of retirement, and I was swimming what they call masters swimming, which is for like older people that are swimming. And I had won 4 silver medals at the Masters World Swimming Championships.
Okay.
So in meeting with the Minister of Sport, he was like, you know, how would you like to represent Guinea-Bissau in the Olympics? And I was like, right, are you serious? That would that would be like
brought back an old dream.
Yeah, brought back an old dream. That would be one of the greatest honors. Now, by this point, you know, I'm not competitive enough that I could compete for a medal.
Right.
But at the same time, I was fast enough that I could compete. I wouldn't finish in last place. It wouldn't be an embarrassment. I would do Guinea-Bissau proud.
Right.
So we started that process. In order to do that, though, I would need to be a Guinea-Bissau citizen. Right. So that's what started the citizenship process. And so eventually I did become a citizen of Guinea-Bissau.
Okay.
And not very different than, there are other...
Now from this first trip, because you said it was January 2020.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
So within the past year and a half, 2 years, you spent this time, you've gotten your citizenship. And,
yes.
Okay.
Yes. And, you know, there are other members of this African ancestry family or movement, people that are finding out their DNA, returning to their ancestral homelands, who are doing the work on the ground and meeting with their governments, their ministries of tourism, their ministries of foreign affairs, whatever department, to make a way for others to come back and those that need citizenship to do it. So I'm just putting it into context. I'm just the one in Guinea-Bissau.
No. Look, we real life on Diaspora Link. So it's okay for them to know that I work with African ancestry. They don't.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, in context, you know, there are people that are returning to their countries and doing this work. I'm just the one who happens to be doing it in Guinea-Bissau. There's Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ghana, Cameroon. It's happening across Africa. So I feel, you know, honored to be a part of it and making my contribution, because Guinea-Bissau is a small country. It's only 2 million.
So talk to us a little bit, because, you know, most people, right, and I get your connection. You found out that you were from Guinea-Bissau.
Yes.
From your paternal side.
Yes.
So there's a lot of things special about you, in that most people most black men who are raised by a single parent are not raised by their father.
Exactly.
The majority of black men who are raised by a single parent is raised by their mother. So you were raised by your father, and you found out that you were from Guinea-Bissau, and then you went there. Like, there was something inside of you that spoke to you about going back to Guinea-Bissau. So a lot of us don't know a lot about Guinea-Bissau. Can you tell us, just give us some general information about Guinea-Bissau?
So, I don't know what Guinea-Bissau was called before independence, right? But the Balanta ancestors talked about Nakra and Mansoa as their homeland.
Nakra and Mansoa. And I heard you say that your great-great-great-grandfathers
from Onche
was from, did you say Nakra?
Village of Onche.
Onche.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Guinea-Bissau was colonized by the Portuguese, who declared war against that land June 18th, 1452, in a document called the Dum Diversus. So it's a 521-year war that was ended when Guinea-Bissau achieved independence September 24th, 1973.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Guinea-Bissau just got their independence in 73?
Yes.
That's 2 years before I was born, man. Come on. All right, come on.
So perhaps the most famous person from Guinea-Bissau that the diaspora would know is Amilcar Cabral, a brilliant thinker, Pan-Africanist, revolutionary who initiated and led an 11-year armed struggle where the people of Guinea-Bissau fought a war to win their independence. It wasn't handed to them.
Right.
And that has made Guinea-Bissau, I think, the mentality and the way the country is different than some other places. But
fighting a war would do that to you.
Yes.
Give you a different mentality.
Now, Guinea-Bissau, again, it's a small country. Its population is about 2 million people.
Okay.
Capital is Bissau.
Which is about the population of Accra. I think Accra may be at somewhere between 2 and 3 million. So the population of the whole country is, okay, I get it.
Okay. And Guinea-Bissau has these islands that are beautiful, with beautiful beaches. So if you wanted to go someplace in Africa and visit beautiful, pristine beaches, you know, there is that aspect of tourism there. But for the most part, Guinea-Bissau doesn't have much of a connection with Afro-descendants from the United States. Their connection is through these Portuguese networks. So within Africa, you're talking Angola, Mozambique, and then on the other side of the Atlantic, you're talking mostly Brazil, and then some of the Caribbean countries.
So the connections are stronger with those other Portuguese-speaking
yes.
places more than they are directly with the U.S., for example?
Yes.
Okay.
So as a result of the work that I started doing in Guinea-Bissau, this is really the first time that Guinea-Bissau is now having a connection with Afro-descendant people in the United States, you know, who are English speakers.
Wow. So before we finish, because our time is getting close to the end, talk to us specifically about this Decade of Return program that you're working with the country of Guinea-Bissau.
So the Decade of Return is just what it is. It's a program for the next 10 years to invite, encourage, market to, get diasporans, all diasporans, but particularly those that have taken a test and who have ancestry from Guinea-Bissau to come to return home. We've studied the year of return here in Ghana to learn from it what was done correctly, what could have been done better, and are applying those things into the Guinea-Bissau context. So we've already had 2 groups come this year. Our third group is coming in November 23rd through the 30th.
And are each of your groups eligible and or able to gain citizenship during their visit?
So as you know, citizenship is not an automatic thing. You don't, okay, I'm from here, so give me citizenship.
But is it something that they can start applying for through you guys before they get there, and maybe while they're there culminate in a ceremony or something like that?
Yes, that's exactly the program that we're putting together for November, and we expect that this November group, it will be our first citizenship conferment ceremony. We hope to have our first, you know, following after Ghana and Sierra Leone. We hope to be the next country to do that, and
beautiful.
Really looking forward to it.
Beautiful. So if someone else who wanted to go to another country, because I get these questions a lot, like, and I'm like, I should just write a book called How to Make Moves in Africa, right? Because people always like, yo, how did you, like, bro, you showed up there, and the next thing I know, bam, 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 bam. What advice would you share or give to someone who, beyond just visiting, you know, like, what advice do you have for a returnee, for any African country, just from your experience from being in Ethiopia, South Africa, and all the places, things you've done? What piece of advice would you give to a returnee, specifically a victim of the transatlantic slave trade or somebody who would be considered a descendant of an enslaved African? 1 or 2 pieces of advice that you would give them in their approach to returning?
Great question. I would say the most important thing is build a relationship with people from the area that you want to go to first. And I would say the best way to do that is to take the DNA test and find out what your paternal lineage is. There are many DNA tests. This is not a commercial, but for me personally, I'd say take African ancestry DNA test and find out who you come from. And once you do that, you want to connect with others that have that same test result, and use those networks to build a relationship with that community, right? So that on the ground in that country, so that when you have the opportunity to come to that country, right, you will be part of a family, right, and you will have a network there that will receive you and embrace you, not as a tourist, but as one of your, like, truly a brother or sister.
Extended cousin and extended family member coming to visit.
To me, that has made all the difference in the world, because I've traveled to many countries in Africa before having made that, and my experiences were very much different. Going to Guinea-Bissau, having already connected with my Balanta people in Guinea-Bissau, changed everything. So that's the #1 thing I would say, is try to make that connection. And there are many ways to do that, because you have all of these different networks and organizations now that are popping up in the United States, specifically for each ethnic group that has those networks.
Right. Last question. What advice what piece of advice would you give for our fellow continental African brothers and sisters in Guinea-Bissau and Ghana and Nigeria and Guinea? What piece of advice would you give to them for how they could better connect and receive us as we return?
So I would say the more you learn about what we suffered in the transatlantic slave trade and how we were cut off from our lineages and we were cut off from our culture and spirituality, and that we are trying to regain those things. What I would say is the more you learn about that, the more you will realize that when we come here, especially for the first time, honor that and respect that, and don't just be trying to get money from us, okay? If I'm going to Elmina, which is a very profound and a profound experience for me and a very spiritual experience, when I get out of the taxi or the car, to be bombarded with everyone trying to get money from me is not how it should be. Remember that if we have a good experience here in Africa and we feel fulfilled spiritually and we want to come back and keep coming back, the economic development will come naturally. But quite often, the perception could be that you really don't care about us as brothers and sisters. You're just looking to get money from us. Remember, we are not the same as white Americans. There's a racial wealth gap in America. For most of us that are coming, we spend years saving enough money to buy a plane ticket, be able to afford to stay in a hotel and eat. And by the time we're done with that, we don't have much money left over, right?
Some of us, no, very true.
You know,
very
this is like our lifelong dream to just go to Africa one time. And I don't know that the Africans here on the continent really understand what it takes for us to just get here. So we understand that, yes, our condition, our material condition in America, right, is way better in many regards than it is here. And yes, we understand you need the economic opportunities, but that can't be the primary focus of our relationship.
Right. Safiwe, we want to thank you so much for coming in, for sharing with us, for squeezing us in your calendar. I'm so glad that we've been able to connect while you were in Ghana for this short time. Congratulations on your swim meet here, on being as old as you are and still living your passion, still swimming. And you probably are, you could very well be like the first African American to represent an African country in some kind of, competitive sports meet. So congratulations on that.
Thank you. Yes.
Again, thank you so much. We loved your story. I loved having this conversation. This is not the first conversation we've had, and this won't be the last, for sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Safiwe Baleka on Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. You're doing great things around the world. We hope you all enjoyed this episode of Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV with me, your host, Diallo Sumbri, and our guest today, Mr. Safiwe Baleka from Guinea-Bissau. We hope that you got a lot from this interview and this conversation today about his journey, about where he came from, where he started, and what he's doing now. We'll leave you today, as we do every week, with some ancestral wisdom by way of proverb. Today's proverb is, having a good discussion is like having riches. I'll say that one more time. Having a good discussion is like having riches. We hope you take that with you, that you think about it, and you discuss it with your loved ones and those close to you. Again, thank you for joining us this week on Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV, and we'll see you next episode.
Why did we see this? A number of factors can be adduced to explain what happened. The financial markets assessment of the 2022 budget, unfortunately, generally concluded that our projected 40% increase in revenue, which underpinned the 2022 budget, the financial markets assessed that this was not likely to materialize, and therefore our deficit would increase. This was not helped by the chaotic battle in Parliament over the budget and the passage of the budget. And this created uncertainty and signaled to the market that the government may not be able to get most of its programs passed in a tightly balanced Parliament. This further reinforced the lack of confidence by investors in the budget. Furthermore, delays in implementing major tax reforms, such as the benchmark policy reversal, the tax exemptions bill, the common platform for property tax, and the review of fees and charges, appeared to support the assessment of the market that the government will have difficulty in getting its programs through Parliament. To add to this negative market sentiment, there was a sovereign credit ratings downgrade by Fitch and Moody's, two global sovereign credit ratings agencies, as a result of concerns about fiscal and debt sustainability. If you are unable to pass your budget and the revenue measures in it, then your fiscal and your debt situations will not get better. And this was their assessment. This resulted in an unwillingness, this downgrade resulted in an unwillingness of foreign investors to roll over their holdings of our domestic debt, and they demanded foreign exchange to repatriate their investments. The lack of access to the sovereign bond market by emerging markets globally, and Ghana's announcement that it would not issue a sovereign bond in 2022 also worried investors about the adequacy of our foreign exchange reserves going forward. They therefore wanted to get a hold of the foreign exchange now, and this led to an increase in the demand for US dollars on the market. The increases also in interest rates by central banks in the US and other advanced economies also made the cedi assets less attractive and led to a move out of cedi holdings. Then in February, we had the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, which started in February, at the same time that we've started seeing this significant depreciation. And the associated increase in crude oil prices and overall cost of living globally resulted in a higher demand for US dollars by foreign investors, oil importers, as well as other importers on the local foreign exchange market. There was also speculative demand for US dollars as panic set in. The combination of these factors resulted in a sharp depreciation of the cedi in the first quarter. This depreciation of the cedi was fundamentally about the market's assessment of the fiscal stance of government and its implications for fiscal and debt sustainability. This was the primary factor underpinning the ratings outgrade. For the first time in our history, Ghana has successfully issued a national ID card. For the first time in our history, Ghana has a digital property address system. For the first time in our history, Ghana has mobile money interoperability. For the first time in our history, any Ghanaian who has a national ID card can open a traditional bank account using their mobile phone. For the first time in our history, over 80% of adults in Ghana have tax identification numbers. For the first time in our history, Ghana is using drones for the delivery of critical medicines and blood. For the first time in our history, Ghana is implementing one district, one factory. And our government has facilitated the establishment of more factories than any other government since independence. For the first time in our history, Ghana has paperless clearing at our ports. We have digitized for the first time in our history the passport acquisition process. We have digitized for the first time in our history the acquisition of driver's license. For the first time in our history, we have implemented a Ghana.gov platform, and people can renew for the first time in our history their NHIS membership on the mobile phone. For the first time in our history, we can apply for scholarships on the mobile phone. For the first time in our history, Ghanaians can apply for scholarships on their mobile phones. For the first time in our history, Ghanaian students will be able to apply for student loans without the need for a guarantor. For the first time in our history, government is implementing a pension scheme for cocoa farmers. For the first time in our history, Ghanaians and law enforcement can find out the insurance status of any vehicle using the motor insurance database on your mobile phone. For the first time in our history, Ghanaians were provided free electricity for lifeline consumers for a year at the height of the COVID pandemic. For the first time in our history, Ghanaians were provided the 50% reduction for non-lifeline consumers. For the first time in our history, Ghanaians were provided free water for their year during the COVID pandemic. For the first time in our history, we provided Wi-Fi to 700 senior high schools and 13 public universities. For the first time in our history, Ghanaian pensioners can obtain their SNIT pensions just after 10 days after application for their pensions. For the first time in our history, a nationwide e-pharmacy will be launched in the next few weeks. For the first time in our history, Ghana has implemented one constituency, one ambulance. For the first time in our history, we have implemented the Zongo Development Fund. For the first time in our history, we are implementing one district, one hospital under the Agenda 111. For the first time in our history, we are implementing free TVET and have established the Ghana TVET service. And for the first time in our history, we have implemented free senior high school education.
It's another exciting edition of Talkatainment. As usual, I am your host, Elsie. Our guest for today is a diplomat. She loves everything Ghanaian, everything music, everything culture, everything arts. Yes, don't forget, her job here in Ghana is also to promote French culture among citizens. And that is exactly what we're about to find out, as well as more and more and more in the world of entertainment. I'll introduce my guest to you shortly after this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick break. Like I said earlier, we have here a diplomat who I usually describe her as someone for the people. She's liberal, she's down to earth. That's how I describe her. So, Her Excellency Anne Sophie is here with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for having us at your beautiful residence.
Thank you. Welcome. Aquala.
Oh! And what else do you know in Ghanaian language aside Zakaba?
Mania J, Semewo, GhanaWeb.
Okay, that's a nice try. That's a nice.
For having me.
That's Chi.
That's true.
Aside Chi, which other language?
Oh, I'm already struggling with Tree. But sometimes I try, because I've come to realize that you come to Ghana, so people tell you, one of the main languages is Tree, so you try and learn Tree, and then you go to Jamestown. It's not very far from here, right? And then people speak Ga.
Yeah.
So you go to Ho or the Volta region.
Yeah.
People speak Ewe. And then you go up in the north, and people speak Hausa.
Yeah, Dagbani,
and you go, really? How can they actually communicate?
So many languages.
So many languages. It's so I'm trying to learn a bit of Tree. But yeah, it would take me probably another 20 years posting to manage to just sort of butcher other Ghanaian languages.
Let's come to music. What were some of the sounds or Ghanaian music you heard even before coming here to Ghana?
Let me be very honest. France has very, very close links to Francophone Africa. Yeah. So the musicians that we know in France usually are from Francophone Africa. So we know this kind of music, which is exotic and some rhythms, reggae and this kind of stuff. But the language is French. So it's easy for us to relate. And Ghanaian music is very diverse. I mean, it's not just high life, it's hip hop, high life, dancehall, reggae. You guys can do absolutely everything. Afrobeat. And it's probably because of historical links. The bridge goes to the UK and the US, but really passes above France. So and when I arrived here, I discovered this music, and I thought it was American. I thought it was American artists, because the quality of the music, the quality of arrangement, the quality of the sounds was so professional. When you don't really pay attention to the language that is spoken, I thought it was American. And even when you listen to American rappers, they've got their own language, so eventually you're not even sure it's English. I thought it was American music. So then I got to adapt and meet with some artists, and I was like, but you are actually Ghanaian. I mean, what you produce, you mean you didn't record in America? It's actually Ghanaian. Yeah. And I got to I did my homework going through the several amazing artists that you have in Ghana, and I'm just blown away by the quality of what they do. And the UK, US have spotted them immediately. Quite a few artists are doing collabs in the UK, US, and they're shutting down some huge
arenas.
In the arenas. It's just very impressive. So I thought, hey, this quality of music, this professionalism, this creativity, and the youth sometimes of those artists, that tells some things about Ghana. And this somehow is a brand ambassador for Ghana. And I've got to work on that, to put Ghana on the map for France, and also use some French artists to be more known in Ghana, because you don't know many French artists, do you? And sometimes the one you will quote are actually Belgian, which is great. We like to call them French, but they're Belgian. And they sing in French. But so it's reciprocal. You don't know really French music that well. Some of it sometimes, or some songs, or some artists you don't really know, like David Guetta. Not many people know he's actually completely French. They think so. You see, when you reach a certain level of quality, you are labeled American. Yes. You see what I mean? Even if you are completely French or completely Ghanaian. So I think it's important to use that this quality production of music, songs, sounds, the professionalism, to show and say something about Ghana and share, because that is something that speaks to people's hearts. So back to the language you speak fluently, the hearts of people's language, then music is certainly one language that we can speak to each other.
Exactly. So, like, what artists would you look at if there's an opportunity to kind of like have a collaboration with French artists?
Oh, we've done that already. Oh, we have. We have brought 6 artists of Ghana to France to do collabs with French artists.
Who are those?
So I think it began with Kwabna.
Okay.
Who's done like 3 or 4 songs
already.
Oh
wow.
Then Gasmila, Famille, Becca.
Wow.
Stoneboy.
Okay.
And Sarkodie.
Okay.
So it could have been many others, and actually Aqua Boa just did one with the same French artist as well, no later than yesterday. But those 6 had done that during the summer last year. And so to present what they had done, we had a concert, Paris and Accra in December here, and we'll have a return leg for some of them in Paris in April.
Oh, wow.
So yes, of course.
That's great.
And I hope that they will seize the opportunity when they are in France, and when they went to France to record with Passy and Orti, they also met with other French artists, and they took the opportunity to show what they were doing on French radio, and to catch attention of French artists who will want to do collabs. So more French artists do more collaborations with more Ghanaian artists. But for some bizarre reasons, in the past year, many French artists have gone to France. Ghanaian artists have come to France to visit and make connections. And I know King Promise is going to perform in Paris on the 30th of April. And there's now the Ghana Music Awards that happened in Toulouse. So that is putting Ghanaian artists in France. So I just sort of opened the way a bit. And then they're very professional. They know that the moment you just open the door like this, they will just
take advantage.
Take advantage and make lots of connections. And French artists certainly have interest in Ghanaian artists. I tried to contact Metro Gibbs, who's not really French actually, but he sings in French. We like to think of him as French, but he's Congolese. We contacted him to offer him to do collabs, and he said, but I really want to come and perform in Ghana. And we have this amazing Ghanaian-born artist called Cephas, who was adopted by French parents at the age of 8, who has done his life in France. He's now 20-something, and he is a star in France, sings in French, and he even was a finalist to represent France at the Eurovision song contest. So I know that very shortly he will come back to Ghana, back to the roots. He has not been back to Ghana ever since he was adopted. He's from Navrongo. So you see, we're certainly opening like a big channel between France and Ghana in the area of music, because that's a language we both love, understand, and I'm sure there's a lot to be done in that respect. Plus, if our French artists sing in French, that brings a bit of the French language here.
Yeah. So, with that being said, what's the difference, like the main difference between the Ghanaian music industry and the French music industry?
Well, it's very different in terms of sound, of course. We also have rappers, but the rap is different. French rap is different. We don't have so much high life and the rhythms. We have much more variety and radio commercial kind of things, but we've also got quite a diverse production. But in terms of industry, if we go beyond the actual production, this is an industry that is very strongly supported by the French government, not being funded by the government, but there is a legal frame that really helps the French artists to thrive. Every little community, we don't really have villages, but small town, has a community center where people can learn how to sing, practice music. We have music academies everywhere. So if you have just a bit of a hint of a talent, you get a chance to practice and see where it goes. Then you have access to studios to record your first record. Then you have some contests. Then you have opportunities, many opportunities to try and show what you can do. And then if you really are good and someone notices you, then you can record a record. We are protecting French music in a way that we, radios and TVs have a compulsory percentage of French productions or Francophone productions to display. So you can display as much music in your program on the radio as much as you want, provided you have 30% of Francophone music. That is to, you know, help the French music and the Francophone music to have a platform, but also to ensure that this traditional kind of language singing in French is not getting lost under the huge, you know, wave of American music. That is, of course, easier, more international. With
what you have said, I think it means French, in terms of advantages, they have got a lot of advantages as compared to the Ghanaian entertainment industry.
Yeah, but it didn't work. It didn't come overnight, you see. They had some artist unions who have advocated for that. Then we also have a very strong royalty institution that collects the money from everyone who displays music and pays the artists. And this is called SSM. It's the equivalent of GAMRO, but it's hugely efficient.
Speaking of GAMRO, what's your view on all that has happened so far? I'm sure you might have heard artists.
Yeah, people are. Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah.
You see, I haven't dug into this thing. I can only observe that if you take someone like Chatawale or all those artists, Sarkodie, Stonebwoy, and even those who have one huge hit, like Kelvin Boy was Down Flat, or, you know, I know I'm not listing them all, so I will have to apologize.
You've heard Down Flat, oh.
Of course, I'm trying to
She's modern,
I'm trying to learn the choreography.
Yeah,
there.
We'll do that, don't worry.
Yeah, no, we won't. I haven't rehearsed yet. So, such a big hit, you see. If you register that song at the SSM, and it is displayed in Europe, he will just have to sit there and wait for royalties to fall.
Yeah.
When you see the number of views on YouTube, the number of downloads on all the platforms, streams and everything, all of them should be billionaires.
Yeah.
So I'm not criticizing anything. I'm just wondering, how come are they not billionaires through just royalties, not concerts, not selling, just royalties, considering the magnitude of what they are doing, of the success that they are putting out there. So there surely is something that could be adjusted and bettered and probably strengthened so that they actually can live from their art. And the way the French system works, of course, some singers with only one hit in their entire career still live on the royalties, and their children live on the royalties. So it's true that it's cash machine for people who do real big hits or whose albums are golden records, or true. But even for small artists, if they produce one music, you know, if there are composers for one big artist, every time it is displayed, every time it is replayed, every time it is adapted, there's something back for them. So it enables a lot of people to live, and not only the big arts whose face you have on the billboards, but also all the musicians behind, the composers, the people who do the arrangements, the people who write the lyrics, if they are not the same. So in France, this industry is helping many, many people to live, because you can only be an author and just write lyrics and still live on this.
Yeah, let's take a quick break here. I know this is getting more interesting, but when we come back, we have more for you. You are watching Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On Biz Tech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from the break. If you just joined us, you're watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm here with the very beautiful Her Excellency Annie Sophie.
Yeah, people, aka Akosia.
But who gave you Akosia?
Some, you know, in Ghana, one of the first things people ask you is what day were you born?
Yeah.
So I said Sunday. So people say, okay, so you're Akosia.
Oh, okay.
So if I was Fanti, it would be Essie.
You know all that.
3 years and a half.
Oh
I've done a bit of my homework.
And if you're an Elway, what would it be?
I don't know really. Tell me. Is there a names day as well for the airways?
I think it's the same, but we say Akosia.
Akosia.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't say Akosia, but the Elway say Akosia.
I don't really hear the difference. Akosia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Akosia.
Yeah, so Akosia. So, what are your experiences so far? What memorable Ghanaian culture gestures have you received so far during your stay here?
Well, I wanted from the very beginning when I arrived to go to as many places as possible to have a broader vision of Ghana. So I went to the Volta region where there is a village called Fume. Fume, near Vane.
Vane.
You probably know that in this area there's a large family whose name is Ave, which is also my last name. So I was quite curious to go and see and meet these people who have the same name as mine and see if we could have any connections. And we're still digging to try and find if we do, but it was quite interesting because I've always wondered where my name came from, right? Ave means the bird in Spanish, but I'm not sure it comes from there. It means hi, hello, Ave Maria.
Yeah.
And then now I also know that means forest in Ewe.
Yeah.
So I can have a multi...
Ave
could be a multi... origin, I don't know. So when I went to the Volta region, in this village, it was Easter ceremonies. And I had this very, very emotional moment when they played the French national anthem on the middle of the mountains. And that was so emotional. You don't expect that. Can you imagine? You're in a foreign country, in the surroundings that you completely discover, that is completely new to you. And people in your honor play the Ghanaian anthem. That is wow.
You feel a sense of welcoming.
It's more than that.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely, it's just undescribable. And that was my very first amazing encounter with Ghanaian culture. So they had a display of dances, traditional dances, and so I thought, wow. And I realized that all the dances meant something. It was actually telling a story.
So moving away from that, I see a touch of Ghana in most of your article of clothing, most of it. How do you select these outfits?
Oh, well, do you know, that tells a lot about the French fashion. People tend to think that the French elegance that we like to display is about French designers. But truth is that the way we French like to dress is a pick and mix of many international designers. So if you go to France, to the Champs-Élysées, to the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré, to those streets where you have many, many shops of luxury fashion, but also if you go to shops that have more medium accessible fashion, the ones I go to be honest.
Are you sure those are the ones you go to?
Absolutely, absolutely. I can't afford the
Louis
luxury.
Vuitton.
No, I can't, absolutely. No, and honestly, I'm just checking. No, I can't.
Oh, but that's where Ghanaian celebrities shop.
Yeah,
most of them.
They can afford it. Why not? I mean, and I'm glad because it's French. So thank God some people can actually buy from them. But I can't afford it. So, but I love it. I think I once treated myself with a handbag that I had saved money for years before I could actually buy it.
From which store? Which of the stores?
From Louis Vuitton. So I'm very happy I've got one handbag or maybe two out of them. But you see, on a daily basis, you're going to dress in Louis Vuitton.
Yeah.
And so the French elegance and the French way of dressing is about picking and mixing things from different designers and trying to create a look that will suit you, considering your shape and that at my age I can't wear everything. There are stuff that, you know, too short dresses really not anymore. So, of course, looking at the Ghanaian fashion, there are things that make me look good and that I feel comfortable in. So this is very French to picking and mixing, including African pattern, African design.
But do you have suppliers for your Ghanaian wear, or you buy them yourself when you go out?
Oh, I go out myself. I like to choose myself, you know. So, you know, I have to try things on. So either I have tailors who come here and they take measurements, or but they are always Ghanaian, or some shops like, of course, the brands like J. Regate or Christy Brown. But I like to go to the shops so I can try things on, because they may look beautiful on a beautiful model, but then when they're on me, it's not so good. So, okay, I go for something else. So, yeah, I love choosing myself.
In terms of fashion, what do you think the French will accept from Ghanaian fashion designers?
Well, first of all, you must take your Ghanaian designers to France to show what you can do. It's not wrapping people in a wax. It's well-cut, well-designed dresses or outfits that the French would love. Every time I had French visitors here, they go back with some Ghanaian designer's outfit because they think it's something you can actually wear in France. It's not exotic. It is the shape of it is something you can actually wear. And you see, especially business women or women who are working, usually it's very tough to find something that is both classical and serious and yet a bit of original.
Yeah.
We don't want to dress like suits and tie, really, like men. So we want to have something that looks serious but still has something
casual.
Yes. So what I would immediately wear is a jacket like this, but the interior would be with an African print or African design. So yeah, Sekbi, for instance, has put together a collection with the what do you call that? I can't remember. It's from Mali. I forgot what the pattern is. It's a specific pattern, and it's absolutely beautiful. Bogolan, of course. But you know, the shape of the jacket is just very European, very Western. But then in the inside, there's this little pattern or a detail that really makes a difference.
Finally, do you think we are promoting our African made in Ghana goods well enough?
Not enough. I think you're shy. I think you're a bit shy, and I think the first step is to be conscious that what you do, be it in music, in fashion, in arts, in paintings, in photography, it is worth being displayed in Europe. So that's the first step. Say, oh, is what I'm doing that good and good enough to be displayed in Europe? The answer is yes. The second thing is, how do I do it? And I think the only way is to join forces. What you do here, like Taste of Ghana in December, you must transport that in France and in Europe. But you also have to blend with other music. So I don't like the idea of a ghetto where you put all that Ghana displays and then people come and just see like they're going to see what Ghana does. It's important to promote, use brand ambassadors. So have musical collaborations with people and people say, wow, and so they are Ghanaians and you didn't know. Like you didn't know that David Guetta was French. Having designers who will be on the runway of the Paris Fashion Show. And people say, wow, who's that young designer? Who are those beautiful things? Well, they're Ghanaian. So you see, just in every different areas where you have added value and amazing talents, you should just join forces, go several designers, several musicians, several painters, several photographers, and join forces to bear the cost of that promotion out there. But then I think it is worth it.
Okay, so we are going to, we put some questions here.
Oh dear.
These are fan questions. You're going to pick from it. And then...
And do I have a joker? Do I have a joker where I can say, oh, I don't want to reply to that one? Ghanaian festival. Oh, I think basically December is just one big festival. You've got Afrochella, you've got Rapperholic, you've got the one in the Shy Hills.
Yeah.
You've got there was
Winterland or Wonderland.
Yeah, Wonderland.
Wonderland.
You've got so many festivals, and I think I would say December.
Yeah.
I think you should call December one big festival, one big party in Ghana.
Yeah.
I think.
But were you at any of them?
Of course. I came back from France on the 25th.
Yeah.
And I dashed from the airport to be at Rapperholic.
Wow.
So, of course, I couldn't miss that. Then I was in Afrochella. I was in Taste of Ghana. I didn't do Wonderland. I could have done, but it was in Shy Hills.
Yeah.
And I was in Wonderland, yeah. So, no, I missed the BIM concert. But next year I make sure I won't. So next year I will have like a full schedule, and my December will be back-to-back chilling. Yeah, back-to-back all the concerts, and make sure that I can see all my wonderful artists on stage.
Yeah, last one?
Oh, last one, okay. So I don't know which was the one I'm missing. Top Ghanaian musicians. You have so many. I mean, this is terrible. You have so many. I mean, you know what? Look at my Boomplay playlist. These are the songs that I repeatedly listen to, and there's already lots of them. I've listed the 6 that have done collabs with France, so Sarkodie, Stoneboy, Kwabna, Famille, Gasmila, Becca. But you have Mona For Real, she's just amazing. Wow. Jackie as well. And as for the youngs, I mean, you have Kenyatta, you have Kwame Eugene, of course, you have Kiddy, you have Kwesi Arthur, you have Calvin Boy, of course, you have, I mean, I'm forgetting some. So, of course, you have King Promise, Mr. Drew, Darko Vibes, I mean, you name it. You have, it's just incredible. You turn here, you turn there, you've got just incredible musicians, and each of them have a hit. So, yeah, I couldn't list. I mean, it's just, and don't ask me to say which one is my favorite. I love them all. I love them all.
I'm very certain you love them all. Before I let you go, you are, in as much as you are very loved by a lot of Ghanaians. Okay, I can also assume that in the same light, you have been receiving harsh comments here and there. How do you take that?
Actually, not.
Well, really?
If they do that behind my back. But I haven't. No, I haven't.
So you haven't heard any West rumor about yourself?
No.
So far?
No, it hasn't come to me. The only thing that sometimes I get is about the Francophone Africa and questions or concerns about how France behaves in Africa. And of course, it's never nice to hear these criticisms because they are usually groundless. But at the end of the day, it gives me the opportunity to set the record straight. Because if people think that, it's because the rumors actually, they are circulating about the French and France as a country in Francophone Africa. And I use every opportunity to set the record straight. And people, when they know the truth and they start thinking, does it make sense? Is it just possible? Then they sometimes they apologize, sometimes they thank me because they just didn't know. So no, but about myself, no, never.
Mm-hmm. So the TikTok trend you've been following, I guess. Which of it is your favorite right now? You mentioned Down Flats when we were about stats.
Yeah, of course. I like Obia as well by Aquaboa.
So Obia.
Opia. Sorry,
okay.
Opia.
So
I like the latest that Amerado did with Kwame Eugene as well, Mutua.
Oh, yeah, I can see that you know a lot of these songs.
So
That's
yes.
really impressive.
Yeah.
Really, really, really
And I try to
impressive.
keep track of what's coming.
Because I'm sure that some Ghanaians do not know as much as you know in terms of music.
Well, I don't know. I love music, so now that I have, you know, it's just like when you go to one festival, then what's great about Ghanaian artists is that the more famous one are dragging other ones, are doing featuring. So then that's how I actually knew Sarkodie, and then I heard Happy Day, and I saw Kwame Eugene, and then I thought, oh, who's that guy? So I did my research, and I saw that he had done featurings with other people. So, you know, just dragging the whole thing, that's how you get to know more songs. And those you like, you go, oh, wow, this has to go on my playlist. And that's how eventually you know those songs.
Okay, but the down flash challenge, I want to teach you.
Oh, no. So you're just warming up there.
Yeah.
So get ready,
Okay, you go like this. My hair is beautiful. My hair, I know. Wait till me.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Okay, then we'll come. I walk up towards myself. I can.
I think it was like this, and then you go like that.
Oh! Okay. I set myself down flat.
I told you.
Okay.
I tried.
Oh, that's really impressive.
I can see to try and learn.
So here's where we come to an end. Here's where we draw the curtains on this edition of Talkatainment. I hope you had fun on the set with one of my favorites.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We come your way same time. So till then, stay blessed and be safe. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
that without the 50.1 billion for the exceptional items of the financial sector, the energy, and COVID, Ghana's debt to GDP would have been about 68% instead of the current 80% that it is. Because of COVID-19, the GDP growth was virtually zero in 2020, and this is bound to increase the debt to GDP ratio, other things equal, with a lower base. Now to the question of what projects and programs government has to show for the higher debt. Some loan agreements underpinning the external debt stock are shown in the table that you are looking at. And we have, and I present in this document that I will make available, all the external debt loans that we have contracted. And you will see that projects that we have undertaken over these last 5 years, from the loans that we have borrowed, you'll see that we borrowed money to build the University of Environment, Science, and Sustainable Development in Somanya, right? We borrowed the money, contracted the loan. That is part of our debt stock. The Pokwasi interchange is part of our debt stock. The Tema Impakadan Railway is part of our debt stock. The debt borrowing for Kumasi Airport Phase 2 is part of our debt stock. Tamale Airport is part of our debt stock. Obechebi Lamte Interchange is there. We've borrowed money for polytechnics and technical and vocational training centers, construction of bridges, the Secondary Cities Program, the modernization and equipment of Tetekwashi Memorial, Kibi, Aburi, Etibie hospitals, expansion of the University of Ghana Hospital Phase 2, 50 bridges, the portable water system in Yendi. We are also have borrowed money for the expansion and rehabilitation and expansion of the Bolgatanga Regional Hospital, modernization of Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, the construction and commissioning of a portable water infrastructure project in Tamale, pond generating and retrofit, Eastern Corridor, so many projects that we have, and I'll leave them for everybody to go through. So many projects across. So we can account for our use of the resources that we have borrowed. And I think, I'm not sure, but I think I've not seen any government that has presented this data to the public to see where your loans have gone. I don't know any government that has done that.
I am at Eden Gardens. And just so you know, this is not the biblical garden that was home to God's first creation of man and woman, Adam and Eve. But right here in Accra, we are presented with a close opportunity to what it felt like to be in such a garden. And that's been made possible by our guests on this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Mrs. Alberta Ekusika Ado is the owner of Eden Gardens, and the interesting thing about her story is that this woman speaks to plants. You want to find out more? Come along with us.
My name is Alberta Ekusika Ado, but I like it when people call me Ekusika because I believe the Sika will one day manifest. It will see on my body. Yeah, so I was born on the 8th of March, 1970 to late parents, Mr. and Mrs. Amwa Brown of blessed memory.
Her schooling years were filled with a lot of home training as well, because, as she says, you cannot run away from family business.
My mom was a caterer, so she really wanted me to help her in the family business, which I didn't want her to. But you know, you can never say no to your mom. So I had to do that. Before then, I really wanted to go to the nursing school, which I couldn't because she really wanted me to help her. So I went to Takoradi Polytechnic. After that, I worked with Panian Tobacco Company for some time. Had my own restaurant on the Agbegblosu Road in the premises of Ahmed Cold Store. That place belonged to Edward Akufo-Addo, the president's brother.
There was so much work at home most of the time, so much that even when she was at the boarding house in school, she needed to return home on weekends to help out.
When I was in Straightway Secondary School, because my mom is a caterer, a big one of course, every Friday after school, I need to take an exit to come home. When I'm in the boarding house, you will come home every Friday because Saturday you have to go and mount wedding cake. Then Sunday, we are cooking for, say, from 200 people, either for lunch or for dinner. Before Sunday evening, I go back to Kaneshi to catch a bus back to school. So that was what was happening. it's not like, you know, sometimes in school over the weekend, you have time with friends, talking and all that. But for me, yes, we had that time too. So we can go for entertainment and all that. But certain times, I need to take Ezia to go home. My mom would even talk to the headmaster that maybe such and such a day, Alberta will have to come home on a Friday. So if you could grant her an exit.
Growing up in a house full of plants, little Ekusika grew up learning many tricks about tending to plants. Her love for plants also naturally came along.
When I was around 7 years old, in my home in Dansoman, we have lots of plants. What we see here is just something small. And being the little girl among the boys, I was the one who would water the plants, prune, cut, do anything that you need to feed the plants with. And I grew up with it. So I remember one day telling my mom, when I grow, I would want my home to be just as I'm seeing our home in Dansoman.
By the time Alberta Ekusika Ado got married, she had already unconsciously set herself up for life.
When I met my husband, we were courting, and I remember telling my mom, when I get my first pay, I'm going to give her money, get somebody to get me flower pots, to mold flower pots for me, which I did about 60 pieces. I was then courting. I didn't even know whether this guy was going to marry me, or even if by the grace of God, he got married to me, whether I was going to be in a compound house, a single room. But because I so much love plants, I did 60 pots. So that's by the way. By the grace of God, we got married. And madam, I had a big compound where I fixed all the 60 pots.
Strict as the word can be, Ekusika's mom made sure that no friend of her daughters visited them at home. But the uniqueness of the year 1983 in Ghana's history will change things a little for her.
When there was shortage of food in the country, we were queuing for flour, for maize, for corn, for virtually everything. But as a young girl, how old was I? Around 13 years. And my mother was so strict, we didn't have friends. In fact, nobody comes to the house. So my mom had closed from work. Around 4 p.m., this woman was coming home, and there were so many people in front of our house, lined up. What was happening? This young Ekusika, 13-year-old girl, I don't know what came into me, but I think from the very tender age, it's been me and the Holy Spirit. I got a little, mommy brought sorghum. Yeah, we had a little sorghum, we had flour. I combined both, made some rock bands and scones, baked about 100 or so pieces, and I decided to sell because there was no food anywhere. So I placed this in front of the gate, and people started coming. I was selling, they were buying, I was happy, all smiling. Kids will come, parents will come, fathers, they were just buying. So when my mom got to the gate, she was like, what is happening here? You could tell from her face, she was angry, what is happening? But when she saw what I was doing, she was so happy. And I don't even know whether she carried me, because she was like, hey, Ekusika, eba adwene no be witrim. Wana no ma odama adwene. Erade nhyiraw. De ama enkofo ediban ma weidi. Inya eyi wo babia. And I was so happy. I was so fulfilled because I was able to put food on the table.
Unlike a foretaste of what her future would look like, Ekusika grew up with a passion that birthed the idea of passion for mother and child.
The Lord inspired me to gather teenage mothers, the privileged, feed them, give them a vocation. And I'm like, na me sika he na me wa me ba be hwe teenage mothers and all these things. But before then, I was doing that on my own. I could go to town and I see people, I feel the need to give them money or ask them, come home, I have order on such and such a day, come help me and you get food to eat. I was doing that until one day I was going to the laundry. I'd parked by the roadside, crossed, took the clothes to the laundry. On my way home, I was listening to 88.7. So I came back, sat in the car, started the car, and all I heard was, you don't need any confirmation. I am your confirmation. I looked down, I was scared. So came out of the car, stood beside my car and was like, what is this? For how long will you stand out? I went back into the car and then came home.
It had to take more than a confirmation for her to know that this was indeed something God wanted her to do.
Another time, I was home watching Benny Hinn on telly. And a voice said, change the channel. Which I looked around, there was nobody. So I was now working under instruction. I changed the channel. It kept saying, change it. I kept changing till I got to Metro TV. It was around 11:30 or so a.m. And I heard Amanya Neba, a young girl of 19, being abused, blah, 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 with a child. And the voice says, go for her. I'm like, go for who? This is TV. How will I even do that? Says, go for her. Call and tell them you are interested in the story. I said, yes, boss. But then how do I get the number of Metro TV? I called my son. He got me the number of Metro TV. Immediately I called. I was connected to the, the newsroom? And I told them I was interested in the story. They took my number, and within a space of less than an hour or so, I saw myself on telly being interviewed. So we agreed in about 3 days' time, they would take me to where the lady is, somewhere in Aboso, around Kaneshi. So we went, and that was also a big news on Metro TV.
With the help of a number of other professionals, Ekusika got these young girls together and started training them in vocational skills.
There was this voice that told me, drive to Teshinungwa. So I went out. As I was on the Grader Estate, I took a left turn. Then I saw house for rent. I drove in there, spoke to the guys, and it was just a smooth deal. I took the place, started with a few girls I had, the one from Metro News, and a few people, and by word of mouth, people who came to hear, people who saw what happened on Metro TV, started bringing people. So I trained them in catering because I'm a caterer. I got people who were fashion designers and hairdressers. So we started at Teshi First Junction, opposite the Electoral Commission, for over 7 years. And after that, I went to Gempa to do some NGO courses, management courses, so I could manage the NGO well. It won't be like you are just doing it anyhow. You have to manage things properly. You have to do it and do it well. So I went to Gempa, did a few courses. I've been there for three occasions. NGO management. I've forgotten the courses, but I did all that, which I have all the certificates there, so that it won't be like you've gathered girls and then giving them home training. No, not just home training. There has to be a book knowledge as well. You have to learn and learn well so that you know what you are doing. Learning advocacy and several of those things. Yes.
When COVID-19 hit in 2020, like many businesses, things with passion for mother and child also took a little dip, but it was also another great breakthrough for her.
On the 14th of March 2020, there was a lockdown, so we're not able to go to meet in our training center. I wasn't going anywhere, I was stuck at home. Then, like Steve Jobs once said in an interview or a speech given to one university, said, you cannot connect things in the future, but you can connect things from your past. So I connected all these plans, all the works I've been doing. Since I was home, I was not going anywhere. I now got time for my plans.
Now, let's call her the woman who talks to plants. With every research she did into plants, unconsciously, she was building a business so much that she sometimes forgets to eat while doing it.
So I wake up early in the morning, do my house chores, then I come and sit in my garden, clean, prune, just like I was doing when I was 7 years old. Then I will start talking to my plant. You are beautiful. I like the way you are. I like the colors. Oh, how can one plant have 3 colors? So I was just admiring nature. And the Lord started talking to me. This is an oxygen plant. It can do this for you. It can do that. So I got so much interested in it, and all my time was always in the garden. So I'll take the picture, post on my status, some on my Facebook, do a research, talk about this. Maybe this is called Sansevieria, another name, mother-in-law's tongue. Then I'll just go find out why mother-in-law's tongue. And one says, I beg you, anyone listening to me, they said, the mother-in-laws, their mouths are sharp, their tongues are sharp. So that is then I'm like, wow, this is funny. So I'll just get the name, the fan, this is Zizi, this is Red Beauty. You see, I started learning the names so I could post them on my status. People got interested. Then they'll ask, can I get something for my hall? Can I get something for my bedroom? Which one do you think is okay for the bathroom for this? And we kept going. It got interesting. So every day you see me here working at nurseries looking for new plants, and I was so fulfilled. That was my passion. That was my heart, because I can come here in the morning, say 8 o'clock, I will be here till 6 p.m. My husband will have visitors and they are like, do you sell them? I said, yes. Can I have this one? I sell them. So I started going to the Volta region, buying pots and working with them. So.
But there was more that her plants garden was given that she never knew herself until this woman walked in one day.
I went outside the gate to just admire the pots I've arranged outside. And this woman was coming, she was like, oh, madam, do you know the one selling this pot? I was like, it's me. Just, oh, okay. I've been passing here every day. I want to stop, but because on the roadside, I'm scared of the trucks that are passing. And I'm like, you can come and park in my house. And he said, no, I've parked behind your house. So I walked her in, because I have lots of pots in the house too. So she just looked through what we have in there and we came in. Immediately she entered, she was so happy and was like, wow, you have a beautiful home. Can I sit? I said yes. She sat and I took her through the plans. What is this? What is that? She was so happy. And she was like, who are you? What do you do? I'm like, ma'am, please, I don't understand. How do you mean? She said, when I was coming, I wasn't feeling well. I had this terrible headache. And as I started, I even wanted to ask if you could give me a paracetamol. But just as you spoke with me, the way you are so passionate about the plants and talking about them, I felt something just leave me. That's why I asked, who are you? I'm like, I'm a praying woman and I believe in what I do. So I prayed with this woman. She was so happy, started jumping. I'm healed, I'm healed. I'm like, God, I thank you. She took my number that she will call immediately she gets home. And that was the end of that woman. I didn't hear from her. There was no call, and I've never seen her to date. Could that be an angel who came to tell me what you are doing is good, so continue on doing it?
Another woman also shared her experience about how these plants did more than beautify her home.
This lady, she's also a journalist. I don't want to mention her name. She called me one day and was like, Mommy, I took my little boy to the hospital and this doctor, an Indian, said, you need to put a plant in your son's bedroom by the side so he could inhale this oxygen. It's going to improve his health. Immediately, she remembered me and called me in front of the doctor. So truly, I made the beautiful pot of Sansevieria, another name for snake plant. It has nothing to do with snake. It's just the design. I have one over there. It's just the design in it, right? That is what looks like a snake, but it has nothing to do with snake. Because the little boy was just around 4 or 5 years, I put decorative pieces around it. And to the glory of God, the mother came back to give a testimony to the extent that it went to bridge their marriage. It went to put their marriage together. And I was happy.
And then it was her husband and how he got healed from the effects of these same plants.
I'm so happy here. I'm so happy. And 2 years ago or so, COVID, my husband was attacked by this same COVID, which landed him in ICU. It was such a terrible moment. People around him were dying. I lost my cousin, late Ejakon's wife, Auntie Nana. I'll say it's my cousin or my auntie. We lost Sister Nana. But by the grace of God, and I believe by what I do, because I know taking care of orphans, the needy, is the heartbeat of Christ. So if you are able to do such, God gives you long life and always sitting in nature, admiring and inhaling it. When my husband got back home from ICU, every morning, 5 a.m., he will come and sit in the garden, taking his tea, reading his book, having his meetings, all in the garden. And he so much enjoyed it. The breeze, the air that will just be going up and down all around him just brought the healing speedily. He really enjoyed it, I must say. It was what brought about his healing. And I'm happy. Because I get most people, Mommy, can I come around? I feel terrible. I have this issue in my marriage. Can I come around? I want us to sit in the garden and then we talk about it. I'm like, yes, come, because I love to do that. And Charlie, the feedback I get is so fulfilling. So that is what has brought us here today.
Like everything in life, her work with these young ladies has had its own share of challenges.
Then somebody will ask, so have you forgotten about the teenage mothers? No, I had not forgotten about them. We always met on, we had a platform where we chat, we do our devotions and everything on platform. Sometimes I invite them to come over, we had a chat, but one of my facilitators had a place, so all the girls are there, I visit them, we talk, we continue with the school, we continue with all the advisors. So far it's been good. In Passion for Mother and Child, when the girls come, there's no any follow-up. No parent of theirs come to say, hey, Mame, we are in Teshi, so they usually speak Ofane, Imbile Bake Miake, O Chonle Ni no Hame, Ni, oh you are done. We don't hear things like that. No. I've never. But when you share the food and they take home, then they will call, Ofane, you are done. I said, Asida Yenya Media, because my gun is not very good. So you see, the same way we connected the dot from the past, what I did, that is what now I'm feeding people.
And why does she talk to her plants? Ekusika tells us the story.
So I continue on talking to the plants. I would come, talk to you, admire, and most especially when I work for any client, and the person is going, or we are supposed to pack the things in the car, I go close to the plant and I talk to them. I tell them, as you are going, let there be peace in that home. If there's any marital issue, go and solve that issue. Because you are living, and in the Garden of Eden was a peaceful place, go and do same. And the report I get from the client was so amazing, and it kept me going. It kept me going.
Why the name Eden Garden?
I decided to name it Eden because it was fulfilling. I had so much fulfillment here, the passion, the joy. People will come and they give testimony.
Ekusika tells us about some of the names of these plants and their significance.
This is the snake plant with the botanical name Sansevieria. Sansevieria, right? So these ones, it's good for your bathroom, it's good for your living room. It can go anywhere. It serves all purpose. Have all these. These are all fern. This is monstera. If you have this in your home, why wouldn't you love nature? Why wouldn't your love for God increase? He's a wonderful God. See the wonders of his hands. See, holes in plants. It's so amazing. This is another kind of phobia. It's another kind of phobia. That is aloe vera. It has several uses for the hair, for face, for bangs, for smoothing your face. You won't go wrong with aloe vera. Yeah. That's ready to be delivered. I need help, please. So this is the final work. This is our final work. What a thing of beauty. Isn't it beautiful? So that is our red beauty, leaving Eden Gardens to its final place. And like I always do, as they are leaving my hands and my home, I say a word of prayer. As you live here, may the Lord go with you. May you bring peace in your new home. May you bring beauty and love, just as you are so colorful, so nice and natural. Every marriage in that home, let it be so. Go and glow as the leaves are glowing. Let there be peace. Let there be joy. Let there be abundance of everything. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. And that's how we bring a wrap to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with our guest, Mrs. Alberta Ekusika Ado. Thank you once again for joining us. As always, remember, there's news for you when you log on to www.ghanaweb.com. And as always, be kind to one another.
Why did we see this? A number of factors can be adduced to explain what happened. The financial markets assessment of the 2022 budget, unfortunately, generally concluded that our projected 40% increase in revenue, which underpinned the 2022 budget, the financial markets assessed that this was not likely to materialize, and therefore our deficit would increase. This was not helped by the chaotic battle in Parliament over the budget and the passage of the budget. And this created uncertainty and signaled to the market that the government may not be able to get most of its programs passed in a tightly balanced Parliament. This further reinforced the lack of confidence by investors in the budget. Furthermore, delays in implementing major tax reforms, such as the benchmark policy reversal, the tax exemptions bill, the common platform for property tax, and the review of fees and charges, appeared to support the assessment of the market that the government will have difficulty in getting its programs through Parliament. To add to this negative market sentiment, there was a sovereign credit ratings downgrade by Fitch and Moody's, two global sovereign credit ratings agencies, as a result of concerns about fiscal and debt sustainability. If you are unable to pass your budget and the revenue measures in it, then your fiscal and your debt situations will not get better. And this was their assessment. This resulted in an unwillingness, this downgrade resulted in an unwillingness of foreign investors to roll over their holdings of our domestic debt, and they demanded foreign exchange to repatriate their investments. The lack of access to the sovereign bond market by emerging markets globally, and Ghana's announcement that it would not issue a sovereign bond in 2022 also worried investors about the adequacy of our foreign exchange reserves going forward. They therefore wanted to get a hold of the foreign exchange now, and this led to an increase in the demand for US dollars on the market. The increases also in interest rates by central banks in the US and other advanced economies also made the cedi assets less attractive and led to a move out of cedi holdings. Then in February, we had the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, which started in February, at the same time that we've started seeing this significant depreciation. And the associated increase in crude oil prices and overall cost of living globally resulted in a higher demand for US dollars by foreign investors, oil importers, as well as other importers on the local foreign exchange market. There was also speculative demand for US dollars as panic set in. The combination of these factors resulted in a sharp depreciation of the cedi in the first quarter. This depreciation of the cedi was fundamentally about the market's assessment of the fiscal stance of government and its implications for fiscal and debt sustainability. This was the primary factor underpinning the ratings outbreak.
Hello, welcome to Biz Tech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote, and I'll be taking you through some business news that trended during the week and an exclusive interview. Many people do not know how to save their monies, and for those who do, they usually leave their monies seated in their accounts without investing to accrue some interest. Now, my colleague Ernestina Sewa Asante sat with two financial experts, Michael J. and Des Emi, who gave us an insight into financial literacy. They would also take us through how to create generational wealth and the need to have multiple streams of income. Stay tuned.
Many people do not know how to save money, and the few people who do, they just leave their monies to sit in their accounts without investing them. Now the question is, how do we become financial literate? Today on Biz Tech, we sit with some financial experts as they teach us this topic and how to also start a side hustle as well as create generational wealth. Come with me. Today on Biz Tech, I have with me two financial experts. I've got Des Ame and Michael J. He is a life coach and an entrepreneur, whilst Des is a financial expert. So let us delve straight into the conversation. First off, what is financial literacy?
Financial literacy is being able to have the right mindset for finances, being able to be in control of your finances. So we work on, we work on the financial mindset, we work on debt management, we also work on budgeting, and we look at ways in which we can bring more money into the household as well.
Okay, what's your take?
Yeah, so when it comes to, financial literacy, for me, it's just simply your ability to be able to create wealth, and manage money. And like what was said, kind of be in control of your finances. That's what financial literacy is.
Okay.
So I was going to add that most people, they simply spend more than what they're making. So for most of our clients, when we sit down, the very first thing that we do is a budget planner. What's coming in and what's going out? And most people are horrified when they do this. Most people avoid doing this, but when they do it, it's enlightening. So then what we do is we look at two simple things. How can we reduce the outgoings, and how can we bring more income into the household? We very much believe in having multiple sources of passive income.
So the question is, how do we get other streams of income?
It's a very great question. Well, fortunately, you're sitting with two experts in this field. You see, the problem is the old ways are no longer working, unfortunately. You know, I was given a very simple blueprint for success, and your listeners and your viewers will probably be familiar with this blueprint. It's simply to study hard, you know, get good grades at school, get that good, steady job, work hard, and maybe work your way up the ladder, and, you know, you'll have the life of your dreams. And that was probably true about 40, 50 years ago. But unfortunately now, you know, where we're from in the UK, and very much so right here in Ghana, it's difficult for most people who follow that blueprint. You know, for myself, I did that to a T. I worked as a deputy head teacher in London. And, you know, that sounds very good. On paper, it probably sounds like I should be doing okay financially. But I ended up living paycheck to paycheck. I was broke. When my cousins used to, you know, ask me for gifts, and I used to say that I couldn't afford it, I was broke, they couldn't believe it. So what we do now is we teach people how not to be in that scenario. And to answer your question directly, having passive sources of income has been made easier through two amazing revolutions. The first, the internet, that we all know and love. It's really impacted us in major ways. And the second being the revolution of the blockchain industry. These two things have now provided a plethora of different opportunities that people can take part in. And the best part is that you don't need to be an expert. You don't need to be great. You just need to be, you know, you just need to take action and be in the room when, you know, things are being presented.
Okay, how about gaining money from property? How do we make money from that?
So when it comes to making money from property, we know that, you know, history says that, you know, real estate, some people actually say that's actually the real estate when it comes to wealth, is about how much land and property that you do have, you know, and, you know, again, because of the creation of the internet, there's actually so many ways that you can actually make money from the property market. You know, one may simply maybe buy a property, hold on to it and wait for the price to go up and then sell. You know, some may buy properties, you know, you've got the whole Airbnb market, you know, where you can actually rent them out, you know, during some particular peak seasons. So to be honest, there are several ways you can make money, but what I would say is that the first step that you wanna take is really to have the right education. You know, once you kind of put yourself, you have a particular goal that you want to be able to achieve financially, then you want to put yourself around the right people, around the experts, to be able to gain the education that you need to be able to capitalize on whatever industry that you are in. But property is definitely one, especially here in Ghana. You know, it's really, you know, developing at a very fast rate. You know, we can see, especially because of some of the huge initiatives by the government, you know, return, you know, back to the motherland. A lot of people are looking at Ghana for great investment opportunities. So people can really capitalize on what is happening, specifically in the real estate market.
Now, people want to start their side hustle, but they don't know the way. Show us the way.
You know, what I say to individuals, you know, especially for me, I always say that you have, you know, what you see in the physical, but there's a step as well that you have to also get right, which is the mindset. Because the reality is that everything in this world is created twice. People say how? First in the mind, and then in reality. You know, so for example, if you look at the iPhone, it was first created in the mind of Steve Jobs. He came up with this concept, and then it came into reality. This table, you know, was first created in the architect's mind, then it came into reality. So when it comes to wealth, the wealth that we're looking for, the success or happiness, must first be created in the mind. What financial blueprint do you have? What is your relationship to money? You know, what was your parents' relationship to money? Because our surroundings kind of shape the way we view money.
if we grew up around, parents who were in debt, it's more likely that when we grow up, that's what we're going to be known for, So I would say personally that the first step is to really analyze what are your habits, because your habits actually determine the results that you have. And then once you've really understood that and you start to reprogram your mind, you will know that anything is possible. You will no longer allow, whether it's lack of education, whether it's the economy, to control your financial freedom, because you know that it first starts here and then you'll see it in reality. So for me, that's kind of the first step into gaining financial freedom.
Okay, so some Ghanaians do have ideas, but they don't know how to implement it. Sometimes it's the money they want to start the business. In such a case, do you advise that they look out for these investors to work with, or they still would have to wait and then hustle more to get their own finances before they start a project?
I'll say there's two approaches. Yes, there are people out there that you can partner with. We call it a joint venture partnership. So what you have in many industries are people that have the ideas, but they don't have the capital. And then you have people that have money and they're looking for ways to grow their money. They're looking for ways to, start projects, but they don't have the time and they don't have the ideas. So now you have this perfect match where they complement each other. So venture capitalists, the people that do this, angel investors. So yes, if you have the right idea and you, seek these kind of people, then that could be a perfect match. However, what I'm really an advocate for is building your own wealth. Unfortunately, we live in a time now where there are many different ways in which to create wealth. We're here now as part of an 8-country tour. We started in Kenya, then Tanzania, Zanzibar, Zambia, Nigeria, and now we're here. And what we're finding is that there are people that start with, very humble beginnings, that have been able to find these opportunities, take full advantage of them, and now many of them are 6- and 7-figure income earners in dollars, American dollars. So people with ideas can engage with these types of online opportunities to create the wealth, to then invest in themselves. And the obvious advantage is that now they have full ownership, because if you do a joint venture partnership, you're obviously having to give away some of the ownership. So they're the two options, but I would say to engage, investigate some of these online opportunities, build some passive income, invest in your own project, and have full ownership.
Okay, so we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we delve more into the topic. Welcome back from that quick break. Okay, now we are going to talk about how to create generational wealth. So let me start with you, Michael. How do we create generational wealth as youth?
So the way in which you kind of create generational wealth is really to create wealth that, outlasts you. We're living in a generation where, many people are just kind of limited to a job. Now, to have a job is a great thing, to be employed, working hard for your money. But if that's all where your income is coming from, then there's a problem. The limitation is that, you are only exchanging your time and your effort for money. So there's a limit to the amount of money that you can make because there's only 24 hours in a day. The other limitation to just having a job is that if you die, you cannot pass your job on to your children. When you die, your employer will be putting up a post. However sad or hard worker that you are, there'll be a job advert out, straight away. So the way in which you kind of create generational wealth is you want to create an income, you know, where you can actually leverage other people, other systems, and make money while you sleep. Because, you know, Warren Buffett, who's one of the richest, you know, men in the world, said that if you do not make money while you sleep, you'll work until you die. So you want to be able to, you know, have what you call passive income. Now, passive income is where you do something once, but you continually get paid from it. And that's how you can now build generational wealth, because you now have a system in place that will continue to pay you even when you die. So, for example, even having a business, you know, a profitable business, you know, that has a system that works without you. Because many people, they have a business, but if they leave their business will collapse. And that's a problem here, especially here in Ghana, that they are tied to their business. But if you're able to create maybe a system that a business can run without you, even when you die or you leave it, you can pass that on. So I'll say the first way in which you can create generational wealth is to start to explore some of these ideas. You know, a book that I highly recommend is a book called Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. It's an incredible book. It really breaks down the cash flow quadrant, 4 ways in which you can make an income. 2 ways, which is employment and self-employed, is where you exchange your time and effort money. But the right hand side of the quadrant is where you have a business or you're an investor. An investor is where your money is now working for you. You're no longer working for money. You put your money somewhere and it continues to grow. You know, because as Ghanaians, our parents have instilled in us, work hard, you know, work from morning to night, and you can get money, which is great, but the limitations of what I've explained.
Okay, so aside putting your money in the bank or making investments in government T-bills, stock markets, what other ways can we explore to also make sure our monies work for us?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a whole plethora of different options. We touched on property earlier. You know, property is a great way to have, you know, generational wealth. It's important when we think about generational wealth that it's not just leaving a lump sum or a property, because the reality is it may only last 1 generation. It just takes one rogue member to, you know, squander the money. So, I mean, I think of examples like, you know, Michael Jackson. Last year, Michael Jackson made over $150 million for his estate, and the guy has passed away, you know. But that's the power of generational wealth, having something that's consistently paying long after that you've gone. We again touch on the internet, so there are things that you can do online, such as forex trading, for example. That's ways to bring in income, but the profits that's made from forex trading can go into an estate. So when it comes to generational wealth, not to get too technical, but if you have a good estate planner, you can put your assets and you can put your income into a trust. Now, a trust is where now you have a vehicle that is being invested in different places, so that it's consistently generating an income that the executors of the estate can tap into at any given time.
Talking about the forex market, does it mean that if the cedi depreciates, I buy the dollar and then keep it? If it appreciates, then I change, or vice versa? I'm sure people would want to know more about it.
Yeah, so, you know, that particular example that you gave is actually physical forex trading, you know, where you buy the physical, you know, cash and wait for, you know, appreciations before you buy or sell. But there's actually ways in which you can do it actually online. And in fact, that's one of the ways in which the banks multiply our money. You know, because forex trading, foreign exchange, is actually a $6 trillion a day industry. That's how much, you know, goes through the foreign exchange. And you can, it's actually educational platforms that can actually teach you how to analyze the market and teach you when to buy or sell. You know, so that's actually a way in which people can actually, you know, learn a skill that would allow their money to work for them. But what I would say to individuals is you really, is not just jump in today and you make money tomorrow. You know, you really want to, you know, have the right education and the right mentorship around you. You know, because we say that, you know, formal education will make you a living, but it's your self-education that will make you a fortune. And forex trading is one of those.
Okay, so as experts, tell us the basic principles or financial principles in life.
Okay. Okay. So first of all, I'll give 4 financial principles, and then I want to give a really good piece of advice as well for building generational wealth. So some of them we've touched on, and the first is to find ways to bring in passive income. You know, just to labor the point that my colleague made, it's so important that we have money that's working for us rather than we're working for money. So passive income, number 1. And number 2 is having multiple sources of income. You see, most people rely on one source of income, and there's so much pressure on that one source. We have multiple bills, but we only have one income. It doesn't make sense. So, you know, this is biblical. In Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 2, it actually states that we should have multiple sources of income, for we do not know what disaster may come upon the land. 3 is to enjoy something called compound interest. Compound interest. You see, most people, they save money and they, you know, hope for the best. They just hope that the interest they get from the bank will be okay. But when you understand the power of compounding, so for example, my colleague touched on, you know, forex trading. Most forex traders, what they will do is they will retain their profits and use that money to trade with, so that they're now compounding and having exponential growth on their account. And you can do this with many income generating sources. You can use the money that's coming in and compound. So compound interest is very powerful. And leverage, being able, the power of leverage, being able to leverage a system or being able to leverage people. J.D. Rockefeller famously said that I would rather make $100 on 100 people's time than making 100%. I'd rather make 1% of 100 people's time than making 100% of my own time. It's being able to leverage. You know, if you've got a team of people working for you, that's leverage. But you can also leverage systems as well. So they're my 4 main keys. But going back to generational wealth, a very important topic, and sometimes often a taboo, is to have a good life insurance policy. This is something that's very important. So as a piece of action, I would want every single listener, even if they're very young, in fact, if you're very young, this is the best time to do it, is to speak to a financial expert about a life insurance policy and to put that policy into a trust. It's very important.
Okay, Michael, for young entrepreneurs who are striving to be seen in the limelight or want to make it in life, what's your advice to them?
You know, so for those young entrepreneurs, you know, first of all, you know, congratulations to them, you know, because, you know, being an entrepreneur is like what we've been speaking about, your ability to be able to leverage, create a business, you know, that will be working for you. And, you know, for those who are, you know, they have big goals, I would say for them to be very specific and write them down. You know, yes, they're striving, but when you have a particular goal, no matter how big it is, in fact, make it so big that it scares you, you know, but what that will do will keep you focused, because the road in entrepreneurship is not easy. You know, even if we look at, for example, Jeff Bezos, when he started Amazon, he was really seeking out, you know, investment for this platform to sell books. And many people, you know, said, no, this ain't going to work. But because his goal was very specific and he was so passionate about it, he kept going. And we know where he is today, one of the most richest men in the world. So I would say, you know, be very clear about what you want, especially in the field that you're in. Be passionate about it, because that's what's going to keep you going even when things are not going wrong. Because sometimes we pick areas that we think are huge, but there's no real passion behind it. So when we hit a bumpy road, we'll tend to give up. Always be a student. You know, no matter how good you think you are in that field, there is always something to learn. So always seek to improve yourself, seek to, you know, sharpen your skills. Because, you know, some people, for example, you know, a lady may think that she's maybe the best nail, you know, technician or hairdresser or car mechanic, so they stop learning. But you can continually improve yourself, you know, because the more you sharpen your skills, maybe one day you'll be doing, you know, someone's car who's very influential. So I'll give those 3 tips. Be passionate, set high goals, and always be a student. So we have an event that is actually happening on Friday. at Movenpick Hotel at 4 p.m. It's actually part of an 8-country tour. We're actually traveling 8 countries to really empower individuals, give them a mindset shift, but also a vehicle in which they can create generational wealth. You know, a lot of people are looking for ways in which they can, you know, make passive incomes and incomes outside of what it is that they do, have multiple streams. And this is exactly what this event is going to give you. A very detailed plan of how you can be financially independent and create wealth. So that's going to be happening on Friday at 4 p.m. It's actually going to be a giveaway. We're actually going to be giving away 4,000 Ghana cedis.
Oh, wow.
Giving it away. And that's to the individual that brings the most people. You know, because, you know, when you have such a blessing, it's a blessing to be able to share it with other people and impact other people. So the individual that brings the most people will get that 4,000 Ghana cedis. And it's not just going to be in Accra. We're actually going to be having the event on the 15th, on Friday, Good Friday, at Kwame Nkrumah University. Okay. So for those of you who are in Kumasi, you know, that's going to be at 1 p.m. At Tech University. But those here in Accra, it's going to be at Movenpick on Friday.
Is it free or it comes at a charge?
We're actually doing it for free.
Oh, wow.
We've actually, you know, self-funded the whole tour, and because we're really passionate about what it is that we're going to be teaching.
All right. I know we've been learning a lot, and today on Biz Tech, you have learned a thing or two from it. If for nothing at all, you've not learned anything, don't just sit down. At least make sure you have multiple sources of income for you to also create generational wealth for yourself and your generation. Ernestina Sewa Asante, reporting for Biz Tech on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you very much, Ernestina Sewa Asante, for that insightful interview. I hope you learned a thing or two. Up next is Biz Headlines. Now to our very first story on the Bank of Ghana. The central bank is cautioning public, especially businesses, companies, and institutions, to desist from pricing, advertising, and receiving payments in foreign currencies. According to the central bank, individuals or entities engaged in the illegal act risk imprisonment of not more than 18 months or fines upon summary conviction. In a statement issued by the bank, it said companies, institutions, and individuals who are prohibited from engaging in foreign exchange business without a license issued by the Bank of Ghana, or pricing, advertising, receiving or making payments for goods and services in foreign currency in Ghana without written authorization from the Bank of Ghana. The bank also said such violations are punishable on summary conviction by a fine of up to 700 penalty units or a term of imprisonment of not more than 18 months or both. The 2020 State Ownership Report shows that government received 275.48 million Ghana cedis as dividends from state-owned enterprises in the same year. These dividends represented an increase of 164.96%, which makes about 171.5 million Ghana cedis over the year of 2019. Compared to 2019, there was a shortfall of 15.46 million Ghana cedis, but far higher than the dividend paid in 2019. The mining sector paid 224.77 million Ghana cedis as dividends to government. This is compared to 38.48 million Ghana cedis in 2019. Now on fraudulent activities, the Economic and Organized Crime Office has arrested 4 persons who have been engaged in SIM swap fraud. The action was undertaken by the YOCO in collaboration with the Ghana Association of Bankers. Ransford Nana Addo Jr., a representative of the Association of Bankers, said the suspects were picked up at various locations in the country for colluding and illegally accessing the accounts of some Ghanaians from which they stole various amounts. It emerged that they managed to withdraw an amount of about 200,000 Ghana cedis in their modus operandi before their cover was blown and subsequently apprehended by the security agencies, which was working closely with the banks. Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia has stated that the NPP government has so far reduced or abolished 18 separate taxes. According to him, despite these tax reductions, revenue collection in nominal cedi terms have increased since 2017. Speaking during the State of the Economy lecture, the Vice President indicated it is important to point out that, notwithstanding the revenue challenges that we inherited when we came into office, we took the decision to reduce taxes in the economy.
It is important to point out that, notwithstanding the revenue challenges that we inherited when we came into office, we took the decision to reduce taxes in the economy. In fulfillment of our manifesto promise to move the economy from a focus on taxation to a focus on production, we have so far reduced or abolished 18 separate taxes and levies, and most of them were manifesto promises. No such broad-based reduction in taxes has been implemented by any government since independence. No such since independence. We abolished the 5% VAT on real estate sales, abolished the 17.5% VAT on selected imported medicines, abolished the 17.5% VAT on financial services, abolished the import duty on the importation of spare parts, abolished the 1% special import levy, abolished the 17.5% VAT on domestic airline tickets.
To our final story on debt stock, Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia has said Ghana's huge debt stock can be blamed on the financial cleanup exercise that resulted in the collapse of some 9 local banks as well as the COVID-19 pandemic. Addressing TESCON at Kaswa in the central region, Dr. Bawumia said the country's debt to GDP ratio had increased by 17.6% between 2019 and 2021.
COVID expenditures alone were not sufficient to explain the increase in our fiscal deficits. The fiscal deficit to GDP in Ghana increased by 3-fold compared to 1.23 for Nigeria, 1.02 for Egypt, and 2.43 for Cote d'Ivoire. In addition to COVID-19, there were 2 major items of expenditure. In addition to COVID-19, there were 2 major items of expenditure that are critical to understanding the evolution of the fiscal deficit and the debt stock: the banking sector cleanup and the energy sector excess capacity payment.
That's it for this week's edition of Biz Tech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. On our social media handles, get interactive with us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. We are the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, we are GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for watching. Have a nice weekend. My name is Na Oyo Kwote.
about to enter the Lagos Hope. I'm going to be reliving my childhood memories. I did this when I was, I think, 7, 8 years, which was long time ago. So when I heard I was in Ghana, like, nah, I have to visit this place. So I'm currently here. You can see a lot of kids around, and it's a very long queue. I came here around 10:30, and it's like 12 now, and we are about to enter. So yeah, I came here with Laurie Lawson. You all know Laurie Lawson. I'm sure you're all tired of seeing her on my channel. So we're everywhere together. Yeah, so we paid 8 cedis each for the. I thought it was 12 cedis. It's 8 cedis for one. Yeah. So we are about to enter. But yeah, below 12. Yeah. Come with your kids. About to enter. The ship is really, 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 really huge. It's not big, it's really, really huge. And this is reliving my childhood memories.
Very short information about our book fair. So we are here in the lifeboat, the safest and biggest lifeboat in the world. So from here we move to the book fair. Now, at the center of the book fair, we have information desk. If you want any information, or if you're looking for a specific book and you're not getting the book, you go there and you ask. They will assist you. From here, we come to the cash desk. Over here, any item that you picked from the book fair, you go there and then you pay your money. From here, we come to the discount items. Over there, we have Lagos Hope bags like this. You buy one for 45 cedis, and then you take 2 books for free. From here, we come to the journey of life. Here we have 9 stories there. You have the power, or you have the opportunity to watch and listen to the stories that we have there. From here, we come to the International Cafe. You can buy some popcorn, ice cream.
Which I have, and I'm going to be shopping for books for my little nieces and nephew and for myself. So remember, I also mentioned in my vlogs that this year I'm going to invest in reading books. This is just the beginning. So yeah, let's go. You're coming along. Come closer. Wait, someone, wait. Let me go. I just want to speak. This, and I'm really interested just because it shows all the country and it has stickers. So once I'm able to visit a country, I'll stick this on my maybe my vision board or something. So yeah, I'm getting this because of that. So one of the things I've noticed is most of the books here are either novels or Christian books. So yeah, I'm getting this Jesus, the story of Jesus, for my children too. So yeah, so far so good. I haven't been to the adult side yet, but so far I like what I'm seeing. So this is the cooking book section. We have here how to make cupcakes, delicious Italian meals. And then this is for baking. So this is the food section. This is all the food section. So, well, my friends know I've always been telling them how much I wish to have boys. So I'm buying this book for myself because, yeah, this is how it looks like, and it talks about bringing up boys and raising children. And so, yeah, this is what I'm getting for myself. This is what caught my attention. Yeah, I'm getting this. So this is how it works here. If you see a book that has 100 units, it means 100 units, it's 14 cedis. So each unit and its price. The highest you can get is 140 cedis, which are the very, very big books. They have the Holy Bible. This is also the bigger one. Holy Bible. Have you found the book yet?
Me? I'm just enjoying the books here.
But we are looking for travel related
that's
books.
what I am looking for. She's going everywhere.
No, because I'm concentrating more on the kids because there are a lot of kids book here.
Oh,
yeah, than
Mother
even the
of all.
adults. Yeah, mother of all. And the book,
For me,
the book.
I can only think of 2 people, my friend's place, Stella, and one at my house. So the rest of my siblings, they're all adults.
So I
can't choose a book for them. They have to come.
Okay, I am the youngest, and all my sisters and my brother, they all have kids, and so I'm surrounded with kids.
The
So
eldest.
so far, this is what I got. I got them the puzzles for the ones that are below 10 years. Then I got this for myself, bringing up boys, because God knows my heart. I wish to have 2 boys, 2 kids, like 2 boys, and I've always been saying it, like even my friends even are like, Stella, don't you even want a girl? You're a girl, why don't you want a girl? But I'll be very happy if God gives me 2 boys. If my future husband is watching this video and he wants a girl, he needs to pray hard because my prayers are hard. Then I'm going to get
I want to get that,
too
the
for
brain
my
games.
This for my other kids. So I took the books based on their ages, then and others. Then the sticker, the travel sticker, which I showed you all earlier. So I'm actually super excited. I hope by the time you are watching this video you come here. If not, next year they're going to be here. They're going to be here in January, February, every year. So yeah, next year you can come around with your children, especially if you have kids. Come with them. So we have books in transport, reference, nature. Something that always gets my attention is nature. And let's see what this book has. It's just like Nat Geo Wild, animals, and facts about life and nature. This is beautiful. So just when I was looking for the travel stand, we finally found one, and this is how it looks.
Oh, Ghana needs this. Let me see. But it's not for Ghana. This is Barbados. Barbados. Yeah. Could be in my bag when I'm going to a francophone country. Oh, hola.
This is a French.
Je m'appelle Laura.
Are you going to be
Je m'appelle Lori Lawson. There is a Spanish one here, but I don't know when I would go. So if you are looking to sponsor me to a trip, please let me know so that I get one now. Then I start speaking Espanol. Hola.
Are you sure you need it? This is the biggest book I've seen here. So big.
Whoa.
Yeah. And we are here, Africa.
Ghana. Hey, Ghana is. Look at Ghana.
Let's see the next page. Okay, no, I think a page before here. And Africa, and of course, this is Ghana. So this is the map of Ghana, and I have visited every region in Ghana, and I'm so proud, and I can't wait to visit every country in the world. I can't wait to really visit every country in the world, at least before I die. So yeah, it's so exciting seeing this. So this is the end section here. When you buy a bag of 25 cedis, you are in 45 cedis. You are entitled to take 2 books, but most of the books here are educational books like this. And then well, I think it's good. It's a cool deal, but they're not the kind of books I wanted, so yeah. This brings us to the end of this vlog. This brings us to the end of this experience. I did this when I was like 8-9 years old, and I came back here to see the Lagos Hope, which is a very popular thing. They come every year and they visit almost every West African country. So it's been fun. I got some books for myself, my nephews, my mom, everyone will have a fair share of the books, and the books are very affordable. So yeah, whenever you are around at this time between January to the end of February, please come along with your kids. This is how the ship looks like, and so far it has been fun. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience at the Lagos Hope. Lagos Hope is a cruise ship that comes to Africa every year with amazing books for sale, Christian books, parenting books, cooking books, all kinds of books. So yeah, until next time on my next video, I want to say thank you all. I wish I can blow you kisses, but let's see. Mwah. This is how we spontaneously made it to Côte d'Ivoire from Ghana. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. I hope you're doing amazing. I'm super excited because it's a trip. So guys, this video is in partnership with Lemonade Finance. Lemonade Finance is a mobile app for users in the UK and Canada to send money to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya with 0 fees, and I mean it, 0 fees. I'm going to leave their details in the description box. Lemonade Finance has the best rates, so you get value for your money. When it comes to sending money back home to Ghana, I recommend Lemonade Finance. It's super easy, it's super fast, and you get value for your money. So you don't have to go through the stress. So if you're not in Canada or the UK, don't worry, they are coming to the US and Europe soon, so you get to send money to any part of Africa. So don't hesitate, download the app. So you can download the app with my referral link, Stella, and you get a 10% cash back. Like, this is too good. You need to download the app. I'll share all the details in my description box. Tap the link, download the app, and send money to your parents, your loved ones, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, to me. In fact, if you want to send me money, please use Lemonade Finance. Let's go right into the video. Tony, say hi. Guys, meet my brother.
Hi.
Hi, Millie. Millie is going to be my travel buddy. Guys, I get super excited whenever I am at the airport, especially at Terminal 3. Hey, Terminal 3. I think it's overexcited. Millie, how excited are you?
Very excited. Very, very excited.
Okay, so guys, I'm sure you can already tell from the title. We are going to where? Côte d'Ivoire. So guys, if you are from Côte d'Ivoire, let me know. Do you say Côte d'Ivoire or you use Ivory Coast more?
They don't use Ivory Coast anymore.
They use Côte d'Ivoire?
Yeah.
Okay, alright. So guys, I want you to see how I look and rate me. My clothing is from Mo Clothing. I'll tag his Instagram page. Yeah, this is how I look. I'm feeling so cute and vacation looks good on me. This is how my friend also looks. I'm going to be with her the entire time. I'm going to share her Instagram page. What's her Instagram page?
Mliomo.
Okay, so she's not a YouTuber, she's an Instagrammer. So please show her some love. So we are here at the airport. We are going to check in. We are quickly going to check in. Then, I have to wear my nose mask. Quickly check in and excited.
That's good. 25 drinks double key. Second on your right, please.
Alright. Hi. Okay, fine. So one day I will definitely be around the first class. Definitely one day I will. Until then, let's move to economy. Hi. Hi. How are you? I'm doing well, and you? so we just Emirates is very beautiful. This is my second time using Emirates. Emirates is clean, it's big, it's spacious, and look at this. Like, it's like very, very spacious. I'm super excited. I'm super excited. Are you excited?
Very excited.
So yeah, we are about to set off and we're going to Abidjan. So apparently when I was coming, I met a few people like at the boarding pass, and then one was like she was like, oh, Abidjan, going to Abidjan, right? I said, yeah, Abidjan. I said, Abidjan, be ready to party hard. And so yeah, I'm ready to party. And of course you guys are coming along. The excitement shows all over my face. So they gave us extra masks and sanitizer. And so we're about to go. This is the aircraft and I love it. I can't wait for the day I'll first take first class. I haven't flown first class before. Fingers crossed, the day I get first class. It will happen very, very soon. I receive it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. From the flight deck, your captain speaking. I have a new
Let's see how their airport looks like. So we're finally here. I got my bag. Lee also has her bag. It's funny, I saw someone I knew here. Yay! So yeah, we are about to leave this place and obviously start the... I'll let you know my first impression about Abidjan, about Côte d'Ivoire. I can't wait to show you. Let's go. So we are here. Our friend is also here. We got a local to give us his phone. Hey, to call him. So he's here. He's right here. This is him. And guys, this is how their airport looks like. The place is really, really nice. Yeah, the weather is clear. This is him. We have company. I mean, it's good to have mates. Oh, Jonathan! Hello. Good to see you. Thank you so much for picking us. So here. We are finally in Abidjan. Jonathan, would you want to say hi to my subscribers?
Hello.
Yeah, this is the fine Jonathan. We were mates from school and yeah. So we are going. Please sit in front. So we are going and this is how our trip is going to begin.
Everything that you can imagine, you can find it here.
Jonathan, right? Jonathan schooled in Ghana. Yeah. And so at least so he has had like both experiences. How would you say living in Ghana and in Abidjan is like, or in which one do you prefer? Let's say Côte d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast. Which of them do you usually use? Côte d'Ivoire. Yeah. Okay. So tell us your experiences so far.
You know, but in Ghana we were students, you know,
yeah,
not the same
as working, having your own,
yeah. You know.
What about the working environment? Is it like connection? Do you need connection to be somewhere?
Like no. We have many companies. I mean, international companies.
Yeah.
Their processes are very different. So even if they don't work, even if you don't have connection, we can get you both.
Okay, oh, nice. But here it's more of like a what's it called? A French-speaking country. So if you can speak French, it's a plus, right?
Yes.
So guys, this is the reason to learn French.
They're even looking for people speaking both languages.
Both English and French.
All the investors are coming from, most of them are coming from English parts.
Oh, okay.
From
if
now,
you can speak English,
before it was French. Now, many investors are coming from English.
Oh, okay.
Many people are speaking English now.
But the city is really beautiful.
Yeah, the city is very beautiful.
So, for my first impression, the city is really, really beautiful. And it's clean. And it's so clean. Like, look at this. Wow. Just look at this. But it's just like Ghana. Yeah. So, we are here and Jonathan picked us. I'm super excited. When you go somewhere and you know someone at least, the person doesn't even have time and the person is going to introduce you to his friends, then you know that your stay is going to be comfortable. So tomorrow, I can't wait. us. I'm super excited. So guys, yeah, I know, right? He has connected us to his Wi-Fi. Guys, if you're not following me on Instagram, look, I've updated my Instagram story that I just got to Cote d'Ivoire. And so if you are not following me on Instagram, Estella Chanelli, follow me, show me some love, because anytime I'm about to, anytime I'm up to something, Instagram sees it first. So let's go. Finally at our Airbnb. And then guess what? So Jonathan brought us here, and then he says, what are we doing tonight? And we're like, oh, we're just going to rest and then start our proper tour tomorrow. Guess what he said? Just change and let's go out for lunch. So yeah. So guys, we are finally here at our Airbnb, and I like the fact that the view from here is so beautiful. And let me talk about the entire trip. We booked the tickets 3 weeks before today, and we got the ticket for $407, which is about 2,898 Ghana cedi. We actually had a discount, so we got a ticket. That's a return ticket, and that's how much it cost for our ticket. And why she chose Cote d'Ivoire, I don't know. She chose the destination because she wanted to celebrate her birthday. And so yeah, we are here, and I'm super excited you guys are coming along. Guys, it's like I don't know what to do with myself. He says we should just get dressed and go. So I'm going to take you all to everywhere I find myself. So this is the first place he decided to bring us, and we are going to have lunch right here on the water. It's very close to the sea. It's a beautiful place to just enjoy sunset. It's currently 4:35, so yeah, they are the same. Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana have the same time, so I'm just going to enjoy this beautiful view and enjoy. Yeah. So there's this hotel that we saw online. It's called BBR, and this is usually the port to that place. So this is a new resort. It has no name yet. And so the next time I'm going to BBR, I'm going to come here again. I'm going to spend the day there because I saw it and I was like, oh my goodness. So yeah, we'll definitely go there on a boat ride to the place. So yeah, so far. Oh, why is it not connected today? Drinks here. We are going to have
it's in the car.
Dinner. It's almost 5 o'clock, and so yeah, let's go, guys.
The next place to visit is called Blocos.
Blocos.
It's
Okay.
also a place close to the river.
The river. What's the name of the river?
Ebrié.
What?
Lagune Ebrié, the water that is passing around Abidjan.
Okay, so it's surrounding Abidjan.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Lagune Ebrié.
Lagune Ebrié.
Ebrié, yeah.
Okay.
The first people is their village, in fact. Abidjan is their village. So this is their water.
Oh, okay.
So we are going to Blocos.
We are going to Blocos. So he took us somewhere nice to have a drink. So we are going to have dinner, early dinner, because it's 5:10 now. Really, are you excited? Yeah. That there's a lot of Aquaba on their sign. Even when we go to the airport, they have like Aquaba sign, and then he says there's a language, there's a tribe that is similar to like Chi. Ahi.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Seriously.
They have the Akans have that.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. That's your wife's tribe. All right. So, I mean, these are the things you get to experience when you travel. Like, you will never know until you experience them. So we are currently at the local place in Abidjan. What's this place called? Locos. Okay, so we are going to eat some Abidjan food, and here looks like somewhere around Circle in Accra. So we are going to have some Abidjan food. I'm super excited.
Because there's many places where many restaurants in front of the sea, in front of the water.
Okay, so we're about to have lunch here, and it's like this is where everybody comes to have lunch, dinner, and it feels like Labadi vibe. So it's a good view. Let's see how it is. This is the local beer here, and we are going to be trying this beer for the first time. So I'm super excited. The cocktail we had earlier on was really good. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Cheers to the good life.
Okay, so yeah, this is very close to like Star Beer in Ghana, and it's good. It's not so sour, it's sweet and sour at the same time. This is good. I like the atmosphere here. It's really
so
nice.
cool.
For my first day here in Abidjan, and it's like
we already feel like we've been here for a month. Like, we just got here, we already feel like we've been here for 2 months.
Yeah,
Thanks
so
to Jonathan.
Thanks to Jonathan.
It's Jonathan.
Jonathan, that's how it's been pronounced here in Abidjan. So I'm having so much fun, and I can't wait for you all to see my experiences here in Abidjan. So it's currently 6:30 and it's still not dark in Abidjan. We're having our first meal, which is acheke, plantain and the tilapia, which is very, very big. Jonathan says he's not eating today, so this is going to be our meal. How is it?
The pepper is so nice.
It's so nice. Really hold it. It'll be my first try of the acheke and the plantain. Jonathan, look at me.
It's so nice.
This is very good. Guys, if you want to have the best acheke, come to Abidjan, come to Côte d'Ivoire. And this is Jonathan's wife, our host. Hey, they're bringing us water. Hello. Look at her son. He's so cute. Hey, how are you? I always say that I want boys as kids. I mean, 2 boys. And he's so cute. Oh, so we are going to have second dinner again tonight. Jonathan, today you have overchilled us. We've had so much to eat. It looks like it's very easy. Come again.
We're not going to eat no.
Where are we going again?
Let's see.
Hey! So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience from Ghana to Côte d'Ivoire. Don't forget to use the Lemonade Finance app to send money to Ghana and other African countries. Use my referral code Stella for a 10% cashback.
first time in our history, Ghana has successfully issued a national ID card. For the first time in our history, Ghana has a digital property address system. For the first time in our history, Ghana has mobile money interoperability. For the first time in our history, any Ghanaian who has a national ID card can open a traditional bank account using their mobile phone. For the first time in our history, over 80% of adults in Ghana have tax identification numbers. For the first time in our history, Ghana is using drones for the delivery of critical medicines and blood. For the first time in our history, Ghana is implementing one district, one factory. And our government has facilitated the establishment of more factories than any other government since independence. For the first time in our history, Ghana has paperless clearing at our ports. We have digitized for the first time in our history the passport acquisition process. We have digitized for the first time in our history the acquisition of driver's license. For the first time in our history, we have implemented a Ghana.gov platform, and people can renew for the first time in our history their NHIS membership on the mobile phone. For the first time in our history, we can apply for scholarships on the mobile phone. For the first time in our history, Ghanaians can apply for scholarships on their mobile phones. For the first time in our history, Ghanaian students will be able to apply for student loans without the need for a guarantor. For the first time in our history, government is implementing a pension scheme for cocoa farmers. For the first time in our history, Ghanaians and law enforcement can find out the insurance status of any vehicle using the motor insurance database on your mobile phone. For the first time in our history, Ghanaians were provided free electricity for lifeline consumers for a year at the height of the COVID pandemic. For the first time in our history, Ghanaians were provided the 50% reduction for non-lifeline consumers. For the first time in our history, Ghanaians were provided free water for their year during the COVID pandemic. For the first time in our history, we provided Wi-Fi to 700 senior high schools and 13 public universities. For the first time in our history, Ghanaian pensioners can obtain their SNIT pensions just after 10 days after application for their pensions. For the first time in our history, a nationwide e-pharmacy will be launched in the next few weeks. For the first time in our history, Ghana has implemented one constituency, one ambulance. For the first time in our history, we have implemented the Zongo Development Fund. For the first time in our history, we are implementing one district, one hospital under the Agenda 111. For the first time in our history, we are implementing free TVET and have established the Ghana TVET service. And for the first time in our history, we have implemented free senior high school education.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political program you can find online. We give you all the facts and updates on issues that matter to you. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss a very important subject matter that affects the cross-section of Ghanaians. That's sickle cell disease. What is the sickle cell disease? How is it treated? What are all the issues surrounding the sickle cell disease in Ghana? We have some sickle cell disease advocates in our studio, They are going to tell us more about the disease and also how best we could create a very conducive environment for those who are affected by it in the country. We'll be right back and we'll introduce them and discuss more about this topic after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Our guests, as we've said earlier, for this important discussion are Dr. Enam Sefako Bankas. She's the Managing Director of Sickle Life, and also Nanaisi Duka Makmate. She's the founder of Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
I like your shirts, quite bright red. It matches with our new sets.
It does.
Indeed, this is not a set we use, but today we're trying to change things a bit.
It looks good.
Yes. So, Dr. Enam Sefako Bankas, I will start with you. We know sickle cell is a very important subject in Ghana, and a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about sickle cell. But if you can tell us, what's the population of people who are affected by the sickle cell disease in Ghana, if you have that figure?
Okay, thank you very much. So, unfortunately, we don't do a lot of research about this condition in Ghana and even globally. However, we know that about 500,000 people live with sickle cell disease in Ghana, and data suggests that 2% of newborns born in this country have sickle cell disease. So that amounts to 15,000 babies born with sickle cell disease every year in this country. And to make it more real for us, we need to understand that every 1 in 3 people in this country have the sickle cell trait. What that means is that you have the capacity or the ability to pass on the trait to your children. So it's very important that we talk about sickle cell disease, because with this information, we know that the prevalence is high, and so there's a large number of people who have this condition, and there's also a large probability of passing on this condition to our children. That's why we need to talk about it.
As a Managing Director of Sickle Life, I know you reach out to people who are living with sickle cell disease. How many do you have in your circle?
So currently, we have a support group that has over 250 people actively on that page. And that's just because of the limitations of WhatsApp.
Yes.
But then, other than that, we also have a lot of people in the communities that we go to, that we engage with. And then we have people who are not able to utilize WhatsApp platforms, who we are also engaging with through our support group members in the communities. But just on WhatsApp, we have 250 people, and then we have others on other social media platforms.
Then let me come to Nanesi. You are the founder of Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative. Do you also have a support group?
Yes, we do.
How many are you?
I would say our reach is in the thousands, just because we don't take advantage of just traditional channels, digital channels. We do a lot of direct targeting, and a lot of our campaigns and awareness outreaches that we get involved in, we make sure that they reach the masses. And so, yes, we do have smaller cells of support groups, but we are not as, I wouldn't say, boots on the ground as well networked as Sickle Life, which is why we do a lot of work together. But combined, our NGOs reach thousands of people every day.
So there's one statement, it's very unpopular, that people say, that sickle cell is a death sentence. Is this something that you would agree to or disagree to?
Absolutely not. Vehemently disagree to, just because I think that in itself is symptomatic of the national narrative around sickle cell disease and why we have morbidity rates that are so high in the country vis-a-vis in developed countries that also have a sickle cell prevalence, but they are living well into adulthood. And so it's absolutely not a death sentence, but a lot of these deaths associated with sickle cell are preventable. And so it's conversation and language that we should move away from. The sooner the better.
Who is the oldest person you know living with sickle cell right now, and what's the age
Maybe that could give us an idea.
Mama Lucy, yes, she's a part of our group. She is 92 this year.
Oh.
Yes.
And she's living with sickle cell?
Living strong. Living strong.
That's quite interesting.
Yes.
What about your group? Do you have an oldest
Same,
person?
same.
Mama Lucy. We would want to meet her one day and have a discussion.
Absolutely,
Yes.
we can arrange it.
Now let's go into the health part of it. How does one get sickle cell? I know there are some misconceptions that it's either a curse or the other popular one is through the foods people or women eat when they are pregnant. I've heard that as well.
Okay.
How does one get sickle cell?
Okay, so sickle cell is a genetic disorder. What that means is that it's something that is intrinsic to you. It's something that you are born with. It's not acquired from what your mother eats or being associated with someone who has the condition. So the only way you can obtain it is if your parents happen to have the trait for the condition. When I say the trait, it means that they have the mutation or the genetic change. And so maybe as we talk, we'll explain this further.
Yes.
But then a person has sickle cell disease when they have two of this changed gene, right? And so what is called the normal variant, which we don't like to use that kind of language, is A. You hear people saying I'm AA, I'm AS. Yes. So the unmutated form is the hemoglobin A, and then the mutated or changed form is the hemoglobin S, and then other mutated ones. So there are other types like S, like C, like E, like O. If I discover one today, I'll call it Enam or Bankers, right? So when you inherit one from your mother and one from your dad, that's what forms your hemoglobin genotype. So your parents may be, let's say, AS and then AS, and then when they meet and then you have one from them, each of them, then whatever you have, if there are two of these non-A forms, then you have sickle cell disease. Okay. So a person has sickle cell disease when they have a hemoglobin S and any other mutated form, right? So hemoglobin SS, hemoglobin SC, hemoglobin S beta thalassemia, all of those are sickle cell disease.
Okay. And with the differences you are mentioning, with the SS, SC, and the others, do they vary in terms of its severity, or they are all the same?
Okay, so the differences are actually because of the exact type of change or mutation that happens and where the position is. And there are also differences in the clinical expression of the disease. So hemoglobin SS is the most severe and most common form. And then the others, like SC, S beta thalassemia, are milder forms.
Okay. And which one shouldn't you ever have? SS? Is that it?
And we wouldn't say don't ever have A, but then yes, the SS is more clinically severe. However, there are also certain clinical presentations that are more common in other types. For example, a person who has hemoglobin SC is more predisposed to getting something we call retinopathy. Retinopathy is a clinical effect of sickle cell on the eye that can lead to blindness. And that is something that is not common in SS. And it happens because people with SC have a higher blood level or hemoglobin level, right? So even though when you are SS, your blood level is always lower because you are SS, when you are SC, your blood level is higher, but then it puts you at risk of retinopathy. And then there's something else also called avascular necrosis. That's also more common in the SC genotype, right? So even though we may say one is milder than the other, there are also certain things that are more common in what we deem to be milder. So they all have different challenges that they deal with.
So this is quite an important question. Would you advise anyone who has been diagnosed with an AS to marry someone who is also AS?
Thanks. So it's not a mandate to decide for people who to marry. Ours is just to educate people, give them all the information, and then we leave them to make that informed decision. And we know that elsewhere people are regulating who can marry who and what should be done. But then for us, the important thing is that we tell people not to wait until it's time to get married and then you go and do the test. Because at that point, you're already biased in your decision making. So even when we give the information and people are not willing to listen to us and to make any informed decision. However, what we do is that we give you the all the information about your risk or chances of having a child with sickle cell disease. So in this example, for an ASAS parent, we know that the chance of having a child who is AA is 1 in 4. And then the chance of having a child who is SS is also 1 in 4. And then the chance of having a child who is AS is 2 in 4, right? But this is with each pregnancy, right? So it's not like when you have 4 children, then it's 1 AA, 1 SS, and then 2 AS. That's not it. Every time you get pregnant, it resets. So we just put this information for you, and then you have to decide on your own. But then we also know that there's advancements in medical knowledge. And so when we are given the information, we also have to let them know that there are various levels of prevention. So there's primary prevention, where you want to avoid the condition altogether by not even trying, right? And so in this case, there are some people who really, they may have those genotypes and they don't want to have kids at all, right? So they may get married and not have children at all. There are some who will get married and also opt for IVF with genetic selection. It's a very valid option. There are some who will go in for adoption. It's an option that is available. There are some who will go in, leave it to genetics, chance, whatever will happen, have that child with sickle cell and opt for all the medications that we've mentioned, the hydroxyurea, the crizanlizumabs, every medicine that is now available, right? And there are some who can even afford this bone marrow transplant or will go in for gene therapy. All these things are valid options, and our place is just to put this to the people, and then you do that assessment on your own, that am I in a position to afford a bone marrow transplant? Can I assess gene therapy? Do I have the social support to care for a child with sickle cell disease? You know, so it's a person by person decision, but then at the end of it, you just need to be able to make that informed decision. So that's all we do.
We've been schooled by Dr. Enam Sefako Bankas, and you are a medical doctor.
I am.
Yes, and you've given us all the very important terminology, which is more medical, and we could read more about it and we'll speak more about all these traits of sickle cell disease. We'll be right back after this break for more. Stay with us. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Niakwe Ismail Akwe, and we have our guests here. That's Dr. Bankas and also Nanesi, and we are talking about sickle cell disease. So you were giving us a lot of terminologies about how the hemoglobin and also the whole blood cells come together to create the disease, and it's something that happens genetically as well. Now, what about the effects after a child is born and the child has been diagnosed? Is it diagnosed? Yes. Diagnosed. The child has been diagnosed with sickle cell, maybe SS, maybe SC. What's the first thing that's done at the hospital?
Well, it depends in every circumstance. It's one, I think a lot of it has to do with where you are born, and so the interventions that can happen. There are some countries and in some parts of the world, everyone is screened when they are born. So you're able to detect sickle cell disease at birth. And where there's advancement in medicine to that level, it means that treatment and interventions can begin straight away. You go on certain medications that aid with the management straight away. You go on certain medications that help to prevent infection straight away up until you're at the age of 5. And so monitoring is easier. In Ghana, it's a different situation. Over the last 2 decades, we've made a lot of advancements with regards to newborn screening and what have you. But I, for example, didn't get diagnosed with hemoglobin SS until I was 8 years old.
Oh.
And so I
In
didn't.
Ghana?
In Ghana, yes. I found out in Ghana. I was unwell, and my parents took me to the hospital, and the doctor said, you should probably check for sickle cell, and that's the first time they tested. So I was fine until I was 8 years old. There are other people who will be challenged in terms of their health and other things right from birth. And so with that, they are able to diagnose and then find a solution. I mean, currently research suggests that up to 90% of births that are sickle cell disease births, those children will die before they are 5 years old. And so with that is, in this country, a lot of people, and there's been some conversation in the past about sickle cell deaths being attributed to malaria. They died from malaria, they died from malaria because there was no diagnosis of sickle cell disease. And so I can't say that there's a specific thing, but the most important thing is that you know when screening happens as soon as possible so that the right interventions can take place.
So it's quite important to know that you have sickle cell,
Yes.
the disease,
Yes,
and
I
I
do.
don't know if you also do.
I do. I have SC.
SC, okay. So this is a very important, point to note. And you could tell us about your struggles too, or what you've been through. So when you were diagnosed at 8 years old, how did your parents take it, and what did they do at that point?
From what I know, from what I've been told or what they care to tell me, I think there was some confusion. At the time, this would have been probably 25, 26 years ago, and they didn't know what we know now about sickle cell disease. So the little information that they had, they ran with it and said, we would do everything we can to support you and to shield you. I think the one thing that they remembered from the doctor's visits is that drink a lot of water, make sure she drinks a lot of water. So I became like a mobile poly tank, water reservoir, just if they could help it, I was drinking water. And so it affects everyone differently. There are some people I've spoken to who, when their parents found out, it was, you know, right from the very beginning, just what intervention from birth can they put in place. And there are some people who also have found out and have felt helpless because they don't know where to turn, who to go to, people they can speak to answer their questions. So it's varied. And with sickle cell disease, in as much as you can say this group of people, they are SS, or this group of people, they are SC or beta thalassemia, every individual has a different manifestation of sickle cell. And so we try as much as possible through our work to create public awareness, and then you can then translate that information into, on a day-to-day basis, how you use that.
Do you have the same experience? When were you diagnosed? Was it from birth or later in, your childhood?
Yeah, so it was in infancy.
Okay.
I had one of the earliest symptoms of sickle cell disease. So it's called hand-foot foot syndrome.
Okay.
So what happens is that you get swelling of the fingers and toes, and it's just because of the sickle cells blocking the vessels in there. And so my parents, of course, took me to the hospital, and they ran the sickle cell genotype test, and then that was when the diagnosis was made. And my mom is a health worker, and so from that point on, we started doing a lot of the interventions. So the drinking of water, the staying hydrated at every point, avoiding a million things, the taking of the medications, and every single thing that, you know, we are told at our reviews, you know, just to ensure that I live as full a life as has been possible.
Yeah.
And so yes, that's also my story. So it started very, very early for me.
And was it difficult for your family as well?
Yes, it comes with a lot of challenges because it's a chronic medical condition. So you live your normal life, but then it's interspersed with acute pain episodes and acute illnesses. So sometimes you'd have to be admitted. Sometimes somebody would have to leave work to come and stay by you. And sometimes it's emotionally challenging. But then here I am. I mean, I'm a medical doctor. I'm running this organization. We are collaborating on this great projects and these great projects together. So, yes, it's both sides, right? But then in the end, I think that this experience is what has made me who I am today. So
I have a friend who also has been diagnosed with sickle cell. It's, I think, SS. One thing that his parents always say: "Hey, stop going out at night. Don't walk in the rain. Don't do all these things." Is it? I mean, a recurring concern for sickle cell. I mean, parents and also for children who've been diagnosed.
Yes. So there are certain defined things. We call it pathophysiology in medicine that would cause the crises or acute pain episodes or the various things that happen in sickle cell disease. But then we know that there are some physical things that may contribute to them, right? And so we call those things precipitants. So things like extremes of temperature, so when it's too cold or too warm, when you are dehydrated, when there's physical or emotional stress, when there's an infection, things like that are known to start certain physical processes in the body that would lead to the ailments, the bone pain, or the hemolysis, right, or all the other things that we see in sickle cell disease. So we advise persons living with sickle cell disease to look out for the specific things that precipitate these episodes in them, because as Nanesi mentioned, we all have a different experience with this condition. So you look out for those things and you try to avoid them so that you don't end up with a recurrent episode. So for some people, it's when it starts raining, you don't even have to be out in the rain, and then you have the episode. For some people, it's being in a cold room, and then for others, it's that very hot temperature, and sweating, not drinking water. So you see that when a child has sickle cell, we always encourage them to drink a lot of water, have your sweater, don't be out in the rain, don't run around as much as the other kids, because you'd get exhausted, you'd sweat, you'd be dehydrated. So all these physical things that we are telling these kids or adults with sickle cell to do are just contributory factors, because we know that there are things that happen in the body, right? And so these physical things will just start the process of sickling, and so we want to prevent that process from starting. That's why we do these.
In terms of climate and also our region, is Ghana a very difficult place to live in as someone living with sickle cell?
I would say every climate has its challenges. Like Dr. Enam said, if you were somewhere where it's winter throughout the year, then that's an extreme. Naturally, the human body has a way of acclimatizing, does it not? And so there are some benefits to having one temperature throughout the year. But every climate has its challenges. Naturally, I would say for Ghana specifically, it's tropical, so it's very hot. And so that makes people who are living with sickle cell disease in Ghana prone to dehydration. So the remedy for that is make sure you are not dehydrated. And so that would mean just constantly drinking a lot of water, making sure that you're flushing toxins out of your system, you're flushing breakdowns out of your system, and you're healthy, you're well hydrated. You're well hydrated against the climate, yes.
So still on climate, but this time is the culture. So the culture of our people, culture in Ghana, how does that affect people living with sickle cell? Because I know a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions and a lot of prejudice and stigma all around, all over. So how do you deal with that? And what are some of the worst ones you've ever heard about?
Well, I think to answer your first question, the biggest thing would be the stigma associated with sickle cell disease. And it's owing to the fact that people are not well informed about sickle cell disease, right? And so if they don't know, they will just put in a narrative where they don't know. Unfortunately, it's been more of an ignorant narrative because in this country, you just don't know what this thing is and there isn't enough information to fill in the gaps. And so I would say the climate here just lends itself naturally to undue stigmatization, and therefore stakeholders, families, caregivers, and those with sickle cell themselves then feel the psychological effects of this disease in their lives. And so the big things that we do as advocacy groups is high up on our agenda to push anti-stigmatization campaigns and to create support systems for those who are dealing with these challenges so that they have someone to speak to.
So how many stigmatization, public stigma cases have you dealt with so far, with your organization?
Too many to count.
Oh, too many.
Too many.
I thought it was just the most recent one.
Oh, no,
But we'll talk about that
absolutely.
soon. However, I just want to see if there were previous ones that you were dealing with.
There have been.
What are the ones that you can remember, readily remember?
I wouldn't want to mention names, but then every time something happens, we get calls and messages. Have you seen this? What are you going to do about it? And sometimes we just go there and just observe what is happening. And in one instance, it was just really unfortunate to observe what was happening because it was called out and the person just kept going on and was not remorseful. And I had to think about it and wonder if it was a space I wanted to enter, because it was going to be very hurtful to go there and not even be able to reach out to the person and make any change. And so on a personal level, I decided, let me just let this go, because the person was being spoken to and there was absolutely no remorse. There was another one quite recently. Again, the messages kept coming. This person has done this. Don't you want to say something? And I was like, really, it keeps happening. And buttressing the points Nana is making, we've normalized the stigma around sickle cell disease in our setting such that so many people don't even recognize it. So you are saying something very derogatory about sickle cell, or you are doing something that stigmatizes somebody with sickle cell disease in your workplace or in your school, but then you don't even notice that what you are doing is stigmatizing. And even when it's called out to you, it doesn't even click. You don't make that connect because to you it's normal. Like, how dare they even complain, And it's really something that we need to be more, we need to think more about, because these are people like you, like anybody else that are living their lives, and it makes it very difficult, because if you listen to them, you listen to us, tell our stories, talk about the challenges that we are going through, and we are excelling despite all of these, and then we have people adding on to this, it makes it very, very difficult, and we keep on hearing these things and then having to quench the flames, because for us, we are leading a large number of people, and every time something else happens, we have to do damage control, basically. So it's a challenge, but then we are still working on it, and then we put out the positive messages, we put out the information about the condition, we put out stories about people living with the condition and doing everything that everybody else is doing, so that you know that yes, you can have sickle cell disease and be anything and everything else, and it doesn't have to be a limitation or be a reason why you can't be whatever you want to be.
Yeah, we will not repeat any of the worst things people have said out of ignorance. However, what's the extent you've gone to get the right thing done with your organization?
Speaking to people as much as possible, because people say things or they're utterances or their actions is usually as a result of their thinking. And so you want to deal with the roots, which is that you deal with their thinking, you deal with what they say and what they think. And so for me, anytime someone will lean towards stigmatization, it's just an opportunity for me to have a conversation with them or for the organization or volunteers or people to reach out and say, I think you're missing some information here. Let me help you fill in the gaps. And for us, that's the extent to which we go. We are constantly, last year, we ran a very successful campaign called I Am Not a Sickler. And that was a message we put out with some high-profile people, some medical people as well, saying, I'm not, this word that has been used to describe people with sickle cell, sickler, it's terrible.
It's derogatory.
So it is indeed. And we try, if you've ever used it or you know anyone who has ever used it, you have an opportunity to say, they are not sicklers, they are more than that. And you saw real faces of people say, I'm not a sickler, I'm a mother, I'm not a sickler, I'm a student, I'm not a sickler, I'm an entrepreneur. And seeing people's faces and them telling you, I don't want to be addressed by what you see as my limiting factor. And who coined that word sickler anyway? And what made you think it's okay to address me as such? I think those are the things that resonate with people, not, attacks and fighting back. And no, it's that speaking to the consciousness of people and saying, if we can think about how this is registered in your psyche and we can update that thinking, hopefully we will update your utterances and your behavior as well.
This is quite an important information, and we'll get more from Dr. Bankas and also Nanesi right after this break. There's a lowdown. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break. This is a lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and we are discussing the effects of sickle cell and also all issues around sickle cell. Our guests are very important people. Our guest Nanesi from the Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative, and Dr. Enam Bankas, she's the Managing Director of Sickle Life. We're having very important discussions. We're telling us some of the stigma that's around sickle cell disease and how people tag derogatorily people who are living with sickle cell. Now, let's talk about some of the crises that people with sickle cell go through and what the public could do in terms of support in case they find them in crisis. And I know definitely parents know how to handle it because they go to the hospitals and they get information. So what are some of the crises? Let's start with you, Dr. Enam.
Okay, so this is a very important topic. First of all, sickle cell disease is not just pain or crisis. People just attribute sickle cell disease to the recurrent pain episode that people have, or what is termed crisis. But sickle cell disease is not just crisis. You have a full life. It's just a chronic medical condition interspersed with acute episodes of pain or other forms of crises, right? So the first one are these acute pain episodes that people commonly know. And this is because of the sickle-shaped red blood cells, which are because of the mutated genes. And so what happens is that the red cells, they are usually donut-shaped, and they're able to go through your blood vessels easily, sending oxygen to every part of your body. But then when this mutation or change happens, now the red blood cells have this sickle shape and they get stuck in various vessels. And that is all that causes the pain, because oxygen is not moving where it needs to go, and the waste products are not coming back. And so what we advise is that anytime you're having a pain episode, you need to go to the hospital. But then our patients know this, that once it starts, there are certain things you can do at home, right? So the first thing is to hydrate, drink a lot of water, because we've said that dehydration precipitates it and aggravates it. So you drink water so that your cells can flow, right? And then also you take your painkillers. Our patients, especially those who go for regular reviews, they usually have some mild analgesics at home. So you know that when your pain starts, there are certain painkillers that you can take at home that there are no problems with. So you take the mildest one, and then if it doesn't work after a while, you take the next one, and then if it's still not working, you need to rush to the hospital. There are some instances that if you have pain, and for example, there's an accompanying fever, you're having chest pain with your, like the pain is not just a limb or something, that one you don't wait for anything, you go immediately. If they are in a place where maybe there are other factors, for example, it's also cold in addition, you need to mitigate those other external factors. So you ensure that the temperature is regulated. So for the pain, you ensure that you do those things and then you take them to the hospital. In addition to that, other things may also happen in sickle cell disease. As I said, sickle cell is not just pain. We have something that we call hemolytic or hyperhemolytic crisis. What that simply means is that they may be having dark urine or yellowing of the eyes and palms and other parts of the body. And this is also because of the very same thing, the sickle cells. So here, the cells are breaking down even much faster than normal. Back to the explanation, these abnormal red cells, because of the mutation or the genetic change, they are breaking down faster because the body knows that it needs oxygen, and these cells are not able to carry oxygen around the body. So they break down much faster, about 10 to 20 days, compared to the regular red cells that will break down in about 120 days. Now, if you get an additional factor such as an infection, they'll start breaking down even faster than the faster rate of 10 to 20 days. And so a person with sickle cell who might already be a little jaundiced, that's having yellow eyes, will start having even more yellow eyes, and then their urine will become dark, right? Now this is something that you need to show up in the hospital immediately, because what it means is that your red cells are breaking down, so you're going to become anemic, right? So that's something you need to show up at the hospital for, and that's because there's something that is causing it. So it could be an infection, you know, so you need to show up. There's another thing we call a sequestration crisis. A sequestration crisis just means that the sickle cells, so everything is because of the sickle cell, right? It's pulling in an organ. It could be your liver or your spleen. So when that happens, and you would feel, you know that like your tummy, the tummy may start getting larger, they may start having pain. So for the kids especially, the pediatricians teach them how to palpate or press their children's abdomen, so that if there's any change, they're able to detect it and rush them to the hospital. You know, and then there's another one we call an aplastic crisis, where the blood level just drops drastically because of a certain infection, you understand? So these are all very, very different things that happen primarily because the person has sickle cell disease, because of a certain genetic change, right? But then they cause very different things in the body, right? So it's very important that we understand this. What can all of us do? As members of the public, if there's a child in your community who has sickle cell disease, there needs to be some level of understanding. Because, for example, if their blood level is low, so they are anemic, they obviously may not be as active as the average child. So if you maybe send them to do something, they may not be able to run at the same pace as another child. And even if they do that, they may probably be dyspneic, be like panting or something like that. So you need to be considerate of that child, you understand? In the classroom, we've said these children should be drinking a lot of water. If you are drinking a lot of water, you are going to be peeing a lot. So if you have a child with sickle cell in your class, you need to understand that this child is going to be going to the washroom a lot, right? And so teachers need to be more considerate and not see it as these children being stubborn or wanting to go out to play. It also means that we've said that stress could be a precipitant. So what it means is that around exam times, these children may be unwell. So there needs to be those kinds of concessions in schools such that if a child happens to be unwell during exams, it shouldn't be a reason not to allow them to write their exam. In certain schools, I worked in the university hospital, for example, you'd see people with sickle cell disease with their IV fluids on their arms writing their exam. That concession is made for them. Other than that, what keeps on happening, and it's so heartbreaking to see so many people with sickle cell disease held back in school over and over and over again, because preparing for exam is a stressor. So what it means is that every time you have an exam, you are going to be held back, you know. So this is like something that, and teachers are amongst us in the public, so it's something that we can all do. So when you think about it, you can do it. At a workplace, if you have a colleague who has sickle cell disease, the person needs to be going for reviews from time to time. And it's not just when they are sick, it's also when they are not sick, to prevent them from falling sick. So it means that you need to be considerate, you need to be understanding that they are not just leaving work because they don't want to work. They are leaving to prevent them from falling sick. So bosses and colleagues and everyone else needs to be understanding of this fact, that this person really needs to pace themselves in their work. If they say that, can you turn off the AC, it's not because they are being fussy or something of the sort. They are just trying to maintain their health. If they are being slower at something, it's just because they are pacing themselves. If they are going for reviews, it's because they are trying to maintain their health. So there are certain very basic things that people with sickle cell do, certain adjustments that they have to make in their lives to ensure that they are able to live like everyone else. But then without that understanding, you think that they are making life difficult for everyone. But then all of us have a role to play in doing this. Even for the media, it's very important that, like today, you've given us this platform to talk about this, and then we are making all of these things known to you, and so many other people are going to learn about these things. So you come to see that every single one of us has a role to play. The government has a role to play in terms of policy, every one of us. So it's very, very critical.
This is very, very important information. And I was just startled because there are a lot of things I also don't know, as you said. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to be educated, if I may say that. So, Nanesi, did you also go through some of these crises while in school? Were your teachers very accommodating of your situation?
I did go through some crises. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. You just never know what you are going to get, but that's human behavior, is it not? And so we just have to keep it moving. You do the best that you can, take each day at a time. Sometimes I've had the worst of it, you know, which needs the most advanced interventions, and then sometimes it's slight pain here or there where a simple painkiller will just knock it off, and then I can go about my business. But again, like Dr. Enam said, sickle cell is not just crisis, so my life is not engulfed with crisis. I am not bothered by crisis. It's when it comes as something that has to be dealt with, I deal with it and then I move forward. My biggest thing that I try to say to everyone is that try to think of yourself or your family member who's dealing with sickle cell, or your colleague or your classmates. Don't think of them as, don't be fire service. Don't think of them as a solution that you have to do when there's a fire, you put it out. It's more, how can we ensure that they are living a healthy life, they are living a happy life, they are living a fulfilled life. It's making sure that they are managing this condition well, and they are putting preventive measures in place as opposed to reactive measures in place. So it's not, oh, there's a crisis, we're at the hospital. We want to change that narrative around sickle cell. How can I take care of myself with these cost-effective, simple interventions that we've discussed to keep you well, to keep you healthy, to keep you out in the rain if you have to be, for lack of a better expression. But that's what I think our focus needs to be on.
Okay, so the Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative, when did you found that organization?
Formally in 2018, we started working from 2015, but we weren't formally out in the media. We launched 3 years later. We had to do a lot of research, speak to a lot of people. We were entering a very interesting space and in a climate that is also very particular. And so we launched finally in 2018, and we've been doing some good work since.
So what have you been doing?
Wow, okay. Besides the advocacy work that we do, just making sure that we will take as many of these interviews as possible, speak to people directly, speak to as many of the stakeholders that we can, from the individuals to families to caretakers to the government. Besides that, we make sure that we conduct blood donation drives, screening exercises. So we've spoken a lot about genotype. You don't know if you're a carrier to make a decision that's informed if you don't know your genotype, right? So screening people for free, encouraging them, school outreaches, all these campaigns like I spoke to you about, I'm Not a Sickler. We've also embarked on an infrastructural project. So we built an outpatient department at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital so that we know there's a space for people with enhanced facilities, that they can visit. And so it's been a broad spectrum of things that we do on a day-to-day basis.
So you built an entire outpatient department?
Yes, we did.
Oh, then
yes, we did.
From funding from,
individuals,
okay.
organizations. We had a lot of people come together and say, I want to support. Some supported in kind with cement and tiles and air conditioners. Other people gave money, companies gave money. And so we look forward to going back to the Ghana Institute of Clinical Genetics, and that was just phase 1 of our project. So we look forward to going back and doing phase 2 and beyond.
That's quite interesting. And Sickle Life, you are the managing director. What have you been doing, and when did you start the organization?
Yes, so formally we were incorporated in 2016, but then prior to that, in 2013, I started it as just a blog. So what had happened was that I was diagnosed with a complication of the condition called avascular necrosis. So at the time, I just had to put my life on hold a bit because I couldn't do much. I couldn't walk, I couldn't play basketball, I couldn't jog, I couldn't do anything. So I just started writing about what was happening to me. And I realized that there was a gap in the knowledge about sickle cell disease. So I was just blogging. And then there was a lot of interest from Ghana, South Africa, US, UK, even health workers, medical students. I was like, okay, let's just keep writing. And then I finished school in 2015, and then
medical school?
Medical school.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, let's see what we can do with this. So 2016, we launched officially, and then we had our first screening project and blood donation. And then I saw that, oh, wow, a lot of my colleagues and like even my senior colleagues came around, and then they were like, yes, let's do this together, because there's really this gap within the system in terms of screening and advocacy and so much more for sickle cell disease. And so since then, in collaboration with organizations like Sky, we've been able to run so many free sickle cell disease screening projects, because again, it's important that we empower people to make informed decisions about sickle cell disease. And once you are not providing the screening for them, they are not able to do that. So we do the screening, we do the genetic counseling, and then we do the health education through these health talks. We also do a lot of online engagement through our social media activities, and then in-person interviews such as this. And then we have a very strong support group system where we are able to engage persons living with sickle cell disease. And then they get to know that, one, you're not the only person who is going through all of this. You're able to learn from other people, like how to manage some of the challenges that you are going through. And then we have a welfare system such that if you are having a particular challenge with the condition and you need some support, we're able to finance some of it. We also have something we call the mentorship project, where we have young people who have sickle cell disease, and we bring them in contact with adults who have the condition. And then it's just for mentorship, because there are these, one of the myths out there, as you mentioned, is that it's a death sentence. So we're able to show these young people and their parents that this is us. We have sickle cell disease. we are past 18 or whatever age that we were given or people give, and we are still here, right? And so it's a mentorship project that is really good for these young people. And then, so these are things that we've been doing since 2016, and these young people get to see that this is something that is possible. So these are just a number of the things that we've been doing, and so far I think that we are doing a lot together. So yes.
Soon I'll let you give your contacts out so people could reach out to you and be a part of your organization if they need to. But what kind of interventions or support are you getting from, let's say, the state? Is there anything like that from the state, any support?
Okay, so, well, there's a lot that can be done. I think that, for one, this year or the past 2 years, we've seen some improvements, or at least movements, in the sickle cell disease space. So, Nanisi mentioned hydroxyurea. It's a disease-modifying medication that people with sickle cell disease are given. And there's been work towards putting it on NHIS. And this was a promise that we received over 2 years ago. And there's been progress, very gradual progress towards putting it on NHIS so that so many more children and adults living with sickle cell disease can have access to it, because that's been the biggest limitation. And so I guess the support we are getting from the state is that it's finally been put on NHIS. However, the rollout has been the challenge. And so we are hoping that finally it can be rolled out so that we can have our kids on it. But then apart from that, this has been the first time in a very long time that we are seeing some movements in the sickle cell disease space in Ghana. But then there could be more, because, for example, we don't have a formal sickle cell disease program in the country as we have for like malaria program or tuberculosis or HIV or others. And so what happens is that the running of the condition in the country is being done on NGO level. So every NGO is doing what they can in their own small way, tackling a particular aspect of the condition. But then if we had a control program on that national level, then we'll consolidate everything, and then it will be, the planning will be centralized, and then we can break it all down. So that's something that would be great if it could come from the state. But other than that, there are also like several levels to this. So on the healthcare system level as well, there are some great initiatives that have started. So Nanasi mentioned newborn screening, which would be a very great initiative if it could be rolled out on the national level. We've had pilot projects for several years, but then we've not been able to nationalize it because it's also being run by a single NGO or foundation. And so if the states took it up, it would also be a way to diagnose all the kids in sickle cell disease in Ghana who have sickle cell disease, and then start them on hydroxyurea, for example. So that's something that we should look at. And then providing comprehensive sickle cell care, because as it is now, there are very few facilities like the Ghana Institute of Clinical Genetics where we can say that they are experts in managing sickle cell disease. So what happens currently is that there are people who will fall sick on a Friday afternoon and wait till Monday for the clinic to be opened to go there because they don't want to go anywhere else because they are the experts at managing sickle cell, which is quite unfortunate because anything could happen. So we need to get to that point where on the healthcare systems level, we have more facilities offering comprehensive sickle cell care. We have more training institutions, having more hematologists for one, training our other health professionals in sickle cell disease, having more research in the condition. So there are a lot. There's a lot. I mean, I could write a whole list of a whole wish list of things that I want for sickle cell disease, and so yeah.
I know there have been a lot of studies that are done internationally on sickle cell, and I hear about cures and all of that. Is there a cure now?
So for one, there are some studies being done in Ghana. Let me give a shout out to my my department. So I work at Kolebu, and my department, we are doing a lot of great studies on sickle cell disease. I just wish that we could be doing more and on a national level. But yes, there is a cure for sickle cell disease. However, it's not an accessible and widespread cure yet. So it's a bone marrow transplant, and what fundamentally is done is that, as we said, this is a genetic disease, and so the process is basically to give the person medication that wipes out the person's existing bone marrow, and then you transplant the bone marrow of a donor who does not have sickle cell disease. But then it's a very cumbersome process because you need to get somebody who matches them. It's called an HLA match, where it's like a more advanced form of like the way you do your blood group, where you need to match, because if you don't match, you could get a very bad reaction, but like exponentially increased, right? Yes, so you do somebody, like you find somebody who matches but doesn't have sickle cell disease, and then you transplant their marrow into that person, and then now that person who had sickle cell disease, the marrow, that new marrow grows in them, and now they no longer have sickle cell disease because whatever grows now is of what was donated. However, this is not easily, like it's not accessible, it's not available.
Are they still on trial stage? Or
it's being rolled out. There's another one which is called gene therapy, which is still in the trial phase.
Is that in Ghana now? Is Kolebu
no,
doing
not
that?
at all. Not at all.
Has Kolebu brought out something already, or you are still studying?
Oh, for gene therapy?
Yeah.
Oh, no, not, we are not, no.
So I'm talking about Kolebu, and if the studies they are doing has done any...
No, Kolebu is not doing studies in gene therapy. We are doing studies in disease-modifying medications for sickle cell disease, and I'm very optimistic about them.
So no solutions out yet from the study?
No, we are still in the process.
That's in the process.
Yes.
So how did you take the news when you heard that, oh, there's a cure? And I'm sure the first time you hear about it, maybe, I don't know, what did you feel about that?
Well, I think essentially for those who have some knowledge of sickle cell, for a long time it's been a rolling line that there's no cure for sickle cell disease, because you think of bone marrow transplant and you think it's not accessible, it's very expensive, it's very risky. So the benefit has to be, 100% and zero risk, which is almost never the case, correct? So it's not even something that is widely publicized as there's a cure for sickle cell. For a long time, there was talk that there's no cure for sickle cell. Now, the medical space has seen a lot of improvement. We are hopeful that there will be a cure for sickle cell in our lifetime, because gene therapy, hydroxyurea, other management, there's a lot of work being done around the clock to ensure that there is a cure. But for now, management is your best route, and so that's what we push for.
So for the about 99% or 99.5% of people who can't access the bone therapy, is it bone therapy?
Bone marrow
the bone marrow transplant, and also the other cures that have come up, what advice would you give them? And also, what advice would you give the general public, finally?
I think everything we said so far. And yes, just take care of yourself. Visit your local physician and let them point you in the right direction in terms of seeking a hematologist, a care center, someone to take care of you. A lot of questions that we have on a day-to-day basis is that, I'm managing this at home, what medication should I take? Please don't manage this at home.
So how can they reach out to Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative?
We're online, so all our information is online. Once you put a search in Google, you can find us. We're on all the socials as Sky Ghana, so Sky is SCAI for Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative, Sky Ghana. You can find us. All our information is online. So you can
is there a special thing they'll get when they join?
Support is very special. Very special.
And then Sickle Life, how can they reach you?
Okay, so we're also online. So you'd find us on Facebook, Sickle Life, and then Twitter, Instagram, Sickle_Life, then LinkedIn, Sickle Life.
Okay. we also provide support.
Yes, we do.
A no-throw pillow, something like no. Thank you very
Not
much,
yet.
Dr. Enam Sefako Bankas, Managing Director of Sickle Life, and also Nanesi Duka Makmate, founder of Sickle Cell Awareness Initiative. Thank you very much for coming to the Lowdown.
Thank you.
You've just watched an exciting episode of the Lowdown, and we brought you all the information you need about sickle cell disease. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and all of our digital channels. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Baby Jet Asamwajan, all-time top scorer Edema Black Stars, and then they'll copy mu or PCFM or Ronnie Kwame Sefaka edition common. And we say, and carrier out see a kind for Black Stars, affair 2003, Edibesi 2019. And then in the sea or the carrier ma, and then in the year Okaya, and I win on who now Choma. 2015 AFCON I course were Black Stars nominee Ivory Coast airball. Equal penalties and as some budget Eman and Sasso say yen and free game no ma Ghana call penalties yen to me and winning. Or choma, Saturday see and a idea or kaya na a yapa if we say Uncle Jinem man, Uncle Jide sa Ghana bet to me and winning a sa trophy now penalties and Ivory Coast at the J a AFCON edifi Black Stars in sep. Professor Stephen Ade Ghana niya waben iye pa na ochirema Ghana ese ye hwe ho na ye toto ye nyoma yi efri se dia ekoso no enye ochirema ese ye cut ye coat according to your size efri se Ghana de ehia enti se ye mahamo se na na dodan kwa akufo ado ese ye mpanifo ebo omo bra se omu di oman ehia omo na omu jai se nende na omu te expensive private jet mu na omu de na wiem sa efri se uko Australia omo bibidi a omo musika no omo prime minister commercial flight and offer all the ba twim obeka say plane mu trotro na Australia prime minister offer on so odedi ni djuma enu nti onte ase na Ghana mpanifo na omo ne nam first class na private jet akese na omo bo man ka wabra Ghana so ye ho ehire yie pa. Aya busumia etwamu yi na aya court edi ruling eba bonten say aya deputy speaker of parliament say aya speaker enyiwo no mu tinemu amana omo reserve omo right so mbeto aba ne bi na omo form aya quorum ema dwumade bi akoso parliament ruling we eba bonten no Ghana for binum eni anje won sanso and NDC for more parliament eka say omo sand akọ supreme court na omo akọje aya ruling fofo enunti aya me busumia ebe aya May 9th Ghana for nyina hwe no mu say aya supreme court edi ruling for ebeba bonte eno na owura ye friend no Mensah Thompson ono executive director edema Alliance for Social Security and Public Accountability I trying to friend no asepa o say odi tudwa so predict say court ebe reverse ene decision or the ba bonte enkane no Ghana for nyina eni ebeji sa ruling na ebeba on May 9th from Supreme Court no. And Ghana Premier League Super Clash eba so Babayara Stadium Kumasi wabra Asante Kodoko etumi eche House of Oak eche no ekaba kwa has entumi anti Abrante efe Frank Tugambella and etumi ebo penalty a ema Kodoko enya win no ena ye pon ball no game no abese ball na penalty na enye penalty Dr. Yahotamaklu
House of Folk board member Edna no atu nsem we no chema referee Kennedy Paddy odi game no oje penalty edema Fabio Gama no sebe mfaso bi eni so if he say mode L form ye pa if he say sa ball oje penalty no baby I wo park ne so bia na ni say oje foul eno nti odadwe no a onte asese referee no eje penalty no na say ene referee so no ebe dia edu has ene kotokode a ombekọ abonten na omakofa referee ema na bedi game no.
I masanso epie menu enyim se na dadu nu ba kan ye krekram kakra ye bedu na won se nansi na asem de me hu esie kakra but match me ti de na ma ba agenda mas agenda komo etwego entertainment industry nyina na ma broni masanso aba je se me ba be kirechem nia wan hye da anti ase ye nyina ne me de bebrel wa se Will Smith kwhwe ye Chris Rock asuma fe de me wo krom de if my husband cannot defend me that way I don't know say no esi wo ho hade e bia be fa no nipa de esima ma wo je se ere nkosa ma but se de onim se na watch the same day bebre Black Stars wins I just say you trolling Nigeria for Twitter just say if music can change some performance black on ya same day bebre chatawale nsusu ginemu na edoso me nse emre kwa ma yin twan ho na ye ba ma bro ni nsem ni na ma besan egu amam mema wakwa baba enkomo ho sama broni me ba be som na jese ne etwagu nyina me de munchirem aba be som na me koti ameti wo se Naija no de carry last na me say boy Naija no de carry last if no wo say wo be say carry last so one him say World Cup qualifiers here na ye but say African countries ye say he ho na betumi win na jese odi na ni ache Qatar for World Cup 2022 na Ghana ni Nigeria koshia na say AFCON na ye boy na jese Nigeria for say na one performance na ndafe mo but ekoria AFCON kwa trophy went to me anfa nti wo pay say one Ghana for na bebo for World Cup qualifier yam she say Nigeria for mrati a say wo go to ago pramai to say one kabo na say hyemu an ne one e kwakohia wo na be ye coach for ya wa be to ado ne boys castle mumu Ghana for munya Black Stars mu abrechimu kaka ye be kwako win say na be it me be qualify for Qatar ye say o want to me nye ba do you say Black Stars one ye supporting the wa abrechimu so betumi akako qualify for Qatar no Naija Nigeria for buy for omo away game na mukohia mo baba yara ne behwe wakeka enkrofu epu behwe match yi bi mimpo mi hu bi da take you say over 1 million Ghana cedis na wonya yo na ma province say ye nyina de ehunkogu ye say ye behwe wo kowie ya 00 bi entumi anhye ne yonko Naija Tuesday ye sanso de hye so Abuja ene ye behwe match de na mu ye den cause na wa de wo yonko ti be kafem no na wona be ko Qatar na ne Black Stars ye sha asia ye wo man se pate ahye ba ko Arsenal fo yin so broken heart pate ahye go ye behwe fe de Nigeria fo so win penalty bi e chiri ho be bi afa de won so behwe but away go month as me ani bo say any football say na say mo ball one na ye na afa de mo say Black Stars qualify ade ne say okobo away match I just say umomu na utu kwa ko nipa ni country so they say mo bo draw mom na we win ni sense na ya Black Stars ya qualify for a World Cup Qatar 2022 na ye be wie match na Nigeria for say won ti kwa pai one qualify into any stadium omo businessman Dangote spending over $1 million to renovate stadium. Was a one boy for any nebeshe for supporters Nigeria free to say was si fee park so just say bibi odon say beke bia notice obubu no what to 2 tear gas ni na want to me and control card but say there nsema yet in was a Ghana for ye okay na nkofo bisa say na yen journalist o mo call Ghana for kwhwe match no mo ho te say na but bibi ankwakоси cab official bi na wo so film but no say ye ma ye adofo yako na ye match ye boy ni na behwe tama ye boy celebrities John Dumelo nom na ba na mo asem wa mehie ye na de ye team Ghana no ne mo amoka se wo be hye mo se mani maguase inti just say ekoso social media na trolling yi na hashtag Nigeria versus Ghana ye ko wi asen se ye di nkuru nim nti ne wo se sisi Nigeria for one football national team na friend Super Eagles wo friend Super Chicken ne betwe trolling ye de mama won na won so waka afa de be start no waka Ghana must go ye be hye won wo bragging na stage sister na Naija for no say you know the carry last but we dey won say Ghana for chrem say mo carry last and Qatar no de winning says e bia person could be na wa boa scan cause say dey e afia ye be call World Cup na e ko best say Ghana win trophy ni dia e Nigeria for munya yen size na say the football sem ni kogu a je say Sam George na aba na moane ni Dumelo ni ade say Shatawale kramponu ni na omosrew Nigeria for ye de kogu nchen a eye radio presenter Abeku Santana na odin kra bia kwakoma Slay Queens ni young girl so chema say wo your bia no berima wa ware ebese pa osre wa reject cause we yes na say we save eye we sister bi oti baby odi are we say ni kunu achiti so we say no to sa you berima na wa ware no so pe na that say we save sister ya ware na means say me obeke de minim say eye Slay Queens mo amundu enti nkofo kunu no minim say mo fa ni easy na but say no kan o say we yes we be save we nua marriage na ekwo kan say na nkofo ka say Abeku na den na ne de mean say that to me nchire musa but wa on behind the scenes nsem na but Abeku na esi o say we your bia na say obi kunu ebese opa eni die ma me pacho reject na say bisa assistant aware ayon mo mayen pia gia na enfan shattered ho baby na yeto aso de memni de etwam ya na ye 3 music awards 5th edition om de share so na yanse na award ba be koso na ye wish say na ne be opening performance na ye blacko blacko sad boys in the house kweku frempon de assemble ba no open 3 music awards this year na just performance na say trendy just say overshadow sa technical hitches no munya no muntumi answer show no intermina ni na overshadow no na blacko be perform ya na as a sukakra na mo say no dey say 3 music makomanim kakaba performance no muchema blacko deliver exceptional performance akofo born abaso panako Twitter there or trendy ankasa na black sheriff you trend your trendy ya blacko ya na what you dey numfo bia abeto abontinti wunte ya kweku the traveler na akotie bi ko YouTube we nya bi etie na awards here course na won say ba awards obi ahye ene artist of the year hwan na ebenyo na mo beka mo se mo ye disappointed ni na ekoso na red carpet no say celebrities ekopie mo ho na dressing yi die Omode share so a red carpet host on point omomu hosting mention no so on point all in all na mo kan say themes say dem say makoma ni mo mo homodin na adwuma bi aka bi ase mo ye bia mo nyema yen fine na what ne ye kan de offer overall artist of the year and ne de girl dem sugar and Kiddy Links Entertainment some member back and Kiddy NFA artist of the year na ye ka Afro pop song of the year family Ninum praise and a winning album of the year Kiddy na Golden Boy I ono no fast so na medical can no winning artist of the year na African song of the year the man Wizkid Essence on his annual no Tim's a boy and Justin Bieber no winning African song of the year best alternative song of the year Ekoma Amare South Girls Love Money featuring Molly na best collaboration of the year Ekoma Kofi Juma Koso I featuring Yao Tog and YP best female vocal performance na Miss B Ninum Homecoming and no do winning best male vocal performance Kiddy Mom Baby and fine. Breakthrough art of the year, Black Sheriff Blacko. I don't know fast awards. Now digital art of the year, Koma Kiddy. DJ of the year, DJ Faculty, and a winnie. Emerging woman of the year, Mona Forel. Say what? EP of the year, the man Amrado, Patience EP. Nuna numra botre PFE mobile. No winnie EP of the year. Now fan army of the year, die hard that the number fans. Na ye fight against phobia and kadem. Now ye also the gospel art of the year, Celestine Donko, and a winnie. Gospel song of the year, Hima Mercy. He lives in me. Otimi Mu. I don't know winnie gospel song of the year. Group of the year, R2B's Refuse to Be Broke. Hip Life Song of the Year, Kofi Kinata, Digress, and a Hip Life Art of the Year, and it's Kofi Kinata NFI. Hip Hop Song of the Year, Ekoma Black Sheriff, Second Sermon. High Life Song of the Year, Ekoma Sako the Happy Day, no feature Kwame Eugene, and a Hip Life Hip Hop Artist of the Year, Blacko, and Black Sheriff, we need big and Kasa. Performer of the Year, Episode, and a producer of the year, MOG Beats NFI. Rapper of the year, Amrado, and best rapper no fight. And a reggae dancer art of the year, Stone Boy and a winnie. Reggae dancer song of the year, Kiddy, touch it, I don't know winnie. And a song of the year, 4-in-1 award, Black Sheriff with second sermon, the first awards. And a video of the year, Sako the Rollies and Cigar, and a viral song of the year, Orchestra One, not today for here, I don't know 5. And our next rated a Chief 1. I that a artist from Volta region. Most watching it out. And the Afrobeat Afropop song of the year. Ekoma Kiddy. In the season I was no coin. They say I want to way artist ni be wo ma we to how. But I was any question. Say me baby na be che. Yes sister Fia Trema say me ana mo shada and appreciate your more modern ade. But me I was not to say apart from a female category I'm say best female vocal. Me an one yashwin. So sister Fia Trema say the more modern and say me ano. Say my baby am be feature mo feature. A film music boss or no so I reply sister Fia. But the music I was and all in all, I'm for say it was good. Matea fella madam to me enda I doka so dakwa I do that friend abrona na num na etwegu na abrona na chema akwakwa yes some new trend because on tiase also Canada unze onkofu tonyo for motivation unze empai bo puti age say ura ho kra unze betechore na nsen oh profane and I bet you obi ma ye and obi adeda so as a moon katanya masun says this is a profane or chema sanko na mutu nyum na mdize it's all about profane moon dream kwech mo short sighted and just my dream mucha dan do sebio anyam na make brother na ka just say mumbo modern na say nyum na mo be hihya mo be sense no ma hihya nyum e be say obi tie mpo a ne ra hu ko beba ne ra acheche that na say dia as a mucha dan bom ho de say abrona na say Ghana fo nyum to fo mumbo mo ho de na mu jai sa profane nyum na ense na emfatam. And how did you come has on him say, yes, a Buyan legend, and just say, one will be D. Can Funa, why ye be was an work and they've paid their dues. You need him. Nemu back on a jedibly ambuligan and to not say ending where we cry. Now, in a senior man didn't send me a bet to Jan, no chairman, no time will see, so then times and I say, jedibly ambly, jeduness old Jan and answer, oh, now me to me, Phoebe. I knew na make her one and Tom. O say ono de tell to me but now so only Mrs. Stacy they no say who fame kakra and they don't want better kakra but brain so chema wan fa nya akwadro to girls to me by day kra be say bi se na wakaka album o chema at a time bi se nyina fa ye funu na ebien se wo so na wo koyi na ba hey is there okoye interview e wo TV XYZ no dey nsem YouTube and they do play chema time o see so then times oh sister CD no Fabian Kasa. My for my and so uncommon so they mean kai mo ya mo be kai May 2019 and a Ghanaian actor I me childhood crush Chris Atto na year ya just we friend Betty Jennifer mo bi bo ni tuo kum no wo Maryland just na wo pon afie adwuma just asem de be ya we sem bubruja na just asem nyankofa ka oh Chris no obi a waware fefefe no obi a na amafo nyina akaso Chris we dey shedin na Chris unse asem ni see on shedan kasa ya unti se wa comment afa ho but afi 2022 days sen bebre aba e no trema na yire ni wo no he was never a suspect. I say a police one born a suspect say well linking is a ebia no nim who be say the o chemo no de na ye na ofim no Jennifer no odo no o say na yi o wa bade ye manipa ne ade but o chema ade na affecting all right but o person de other family so I am aboni na me de betu ja mama oti asese e ni wi obi okobọ ni to wi to say investigations are why there was not even one time a police for a born say or a suspect. See you order a Miss Ghana, I know just on notion or the BB to do a inner party at the same betujo chima. Yes, some claims via former beauty queens Rebecca so now a pimping one a fan. They say they made several things allegation about the whole Miss Ghana beauty pageants. No chima, some now a queen city betujan and my brand neck coffin for crackers say uka sexual assembly we because na Miss Ghana pa dear just say Jedina Fedi Mode girls near Sano chima a bassano and my dini coffin but they say the what bomarding as in be bia to say Miss Ghana basically na mo asanso ya Miss Ghana no nyina wo bebo mo de na to say Ghana na so now the engineer say in a part in some semi de abetu dwa so na mo de mo maye ntwa ye ho kakra na ye say ye koba nkomo nyina la abetu aso amom.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On Biz Tech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Misanso Mawakaba, na yato komono so de yemfa we mbetwam. Eye nwumtuni ai kofinti ai okaina. Odi nsemi abetudo chema na adodan kwakufu ado no aban wo obom abaso ankasa. O se kan no ene dum se kafre twoya na ekoso o mahama abansi. Na ado ba se ni nyina to atwa. O chema no kwa o pretty some coastal business bi. Na say light yi gine sue na say edwuma koso. Na say ne fridge ndum ne namon say na ka den times I just want to dum light be ne wo na just won so ye na just timetable dum so ye demu sa na so na say dem say power ne de e da so just bibia akoso bakoboko nti o chema e na ado ne na ban wa abomode just more stabilizer electricity supplier wo Ghana hanyina eni nti na ye ne coastal business na ejeti nti so chichema wunya freezer bi e chile a enye ti say club na ehim we ye na moton na coastal asem na make bi enu bi de hu say business to me koso na enye say den times but see a year for prices there was a 10 cities and above here just say pesos be there for 1 liter no enu na asem ho kwakro chema fu oboye den dodo wo Ghana nti na na dan kwakufu ado wo ne wo pay fu munye bibie fa fu no ho na say de odunwumfo bi aba wo say sika fata wo nti wo nte ya na kofi nti nyum latest one no akokope bi eti I say me to where the mark me home tam say asem bi etwegu ensem fam me ho me mfama no nkotum because ochie bi kwaka bia no akwaye third person mo beka ye coded I of a 4x4 member coded no say ne ho fefefe I no na me kana asem yi okopie mo we ya beku santana show you so no nyinwum fufu abayi dada damasen I won say line no fefi ye fi ahwas ne ga na pa wi na mu amo banyi na dada damasio enwom no na ekoba na wo say efi ahwas ne ga chema te say one siki permission one ho na fa na ekosi na abeku so ofre efia na weje nenum kaseti so se na nyom yitwagu yo is she okay we say coded e borrow ni term na e behwe yawi ai be no se na no ye yawo say boy e dey fia to be man yi yawo no na asabi dey mean 7 pound nkokakos sister didi coded that time poto ekwa wi ase na chese amafo chirema na wa be ku santana obi ba wo interview no na so obi wo show so na say what na wa ye nhwe ha ma efie didi coded that time ene wotutu bi ma eye abeku ochema he was unprofessional eyi na to na da kwa be kache ase santana kresu efia na asem ye kwaba kwa fe echi na say it was staged coded abeka say just as a upper hype na mo say coded na ne uti pay hype like obia for a man of your status sa hype in sense na kai we dey kan fata wo ti ya Santana na fine wo say mo nyina mo ni megu asase kwasa sem no mutie one side nti afia de ebeye interview be twema coded craft friend is an ko ndi dinatem unte ya mekache coded so onu an entwefo ni to no ye yawo no ene coded ene den dada ma sense nka wo yusu no an trend na de say trend na ye koso nse bi a big be hwe ni na ye stage one ko sinkuya astro paper je contract je muska na menewo ye na abedi hu nkomo nti afia chema okoti ska bi ma coded so nchia coded ntumi nchia nti ene mbo no wan wesi ni san but why yawo no say de why popular nti say fame no person oje ni say trending no be trending coded ye hope say sa trend no wa trend yankasa na unze me mana me hwehwe ansem me say dey na ekoso say trend ni ye follow ankasa na when ni chat Twitter na ye bongo ideas I journalist Albert one him say ye kan controversial blogger I mean kan say say onu do oti so amafo chema akokọ no say kokwa na say ni say wiase nyansa nyina ase ni tin na wo kire na wo si Twitter honom utumi making mistake bi no abe correct and now wo say o berema warrior attitude ni disadvantage say obi a de na no akotu na asem Sam George ko no yi ano na no do asem kofa ye senior man sata wale da say bas masa se amanfo na ya kweka ka ho asem na won kai so de wo de wase be family fichira mebro fita ne apiem police station so no no kon ono obedwe so ankasa enim se asem na shatter call out bongo ideas enim se anka esi ho a na o san so wura ni DM so ojimi obebro no didi ni maame atene ne your mother no de bi me man wo ho na journalist Albert so twa screenshot no beto no chema wo sa Sako de bi Shatawale wo Shatawale na den no so bebro once asema yeki afede wo da ne obro but amafu chema bongo ideas one no ye too much asem fa won order hakoti chiri we nyate na fa yen ko system no so de bi wo de besan so ehia wo mitana na ba na mo na se bia no chensa amafu che se mo ama ye krado chense mo be ya told you so no de bongo ideas se de wo ko Twitter okusu akoso his personal de so onte ne amoka kwa na obeja ne oye no Moya Ilevi beba you say Ilevi just a bit on one pass it now what this one kamuka and then minority mum from nensi one mu make sure say one pass it Billy and I was a member as I make an answer asemo Ilevi Ghana phone ya banga twa as a wonchian say there was a 50 May Mumu time betia, but says initially at 1.75. Say there was a 1 so when you said in if you is it a 1.5% and a mubetia for ASI electronic transaction moon in some moon says our details in the GhanaWeb in Chemuni Abrem. Now some you call so and a parliament will pass it. Just a year 29th of a March in the end it's a break so. Nay and another down quite for the Ghana man paying birthday. Or some commission a interchange bill a North Tamale Honum. Nana blasters into defeating Nigeria just we winning and I was also passing 11 there's another done called need day in a year perfect now a year bill your more passing and a celebrities be bread 1 or 2 Bridget Otunanaba na Mwaniki Samonats a year comedian DKB comedian warriors when you know what na abaya say de nya ho akire ye nkra ska ye to nkra du amexe kra no mewukra ye nya bi nye na muzan so de ile bi be pie nso no wachimo so ho nana enye mo na mo say ye ti ska so okomo de ye na fe de mo ba ye ska kra mpa ye to so be say musan so twefin ase ma fo chema se say de o man ni mo aye de ankasa but ma fo ska na she baby ebinum ye she won o pia wo na ehia wa ebinum de ehia won ba ile bi bi no se ma mo se muntua na enim na mo ba ya afa ho na se mo se mo nya money transactions be minimum chema brefie beje be cost one cause girls mo bisa oh can you send me money because brefie ne beje cost so much on the charges they said the 11 from effective May 2022 mo be start atel na yet was there a Nigerian Grammy Award winning artist Burna Boy and Odogu or they say to chema the whole African continent onu no just say in the history of music onu no ye he's the highest paid African artist and I say hey Odogu as man who so be say wo ka say na wo scan e fine ko si na mafo or yeah live Instagram live he was on Instagram live no didn't say YouTube and mafo chema obeso say was casting the video no say hwana Davido ska be no wo ono was casting the video and oba obi so bisa question say yeah Wizkid on a Wizkid na Wizkid no say Wizkid dey boy all right but ye can ska pan there Wizkid ento na ba say me bo betu na mafo chema o say Burna Boy nya hu say bia as ahoma so 247 no off days bi na ba hye mo chirema ye kan artist wo ska of course be kan wa kan but to me nka say wo na wo ye highest paid as me dey minim say Shatawale tia but minim so be respond there na but won say Shatawale dey you get money pass your father obi atimi nche ni fake ayo brasa me se wasan so asesa na do say di obedi obekazo obedi na ejiri muzen jana me mbo mwe wo kaya enje kwa na brasa me kwotna ye United Showbiz no chirema on ne yire nya kasakasa bi na se na oba ne react onje di mpo se sister ikode no beka ne bi je se ori ofa na anu mpo nka ori ndi biom sa na okan na se me nguzo boya ware sem do kokebe akoye third person o so brasa me na dey fine if akosi anfo chema na won divorce kra ba se sei na yire ya kasa de na anu to ma chirema o sa divorce rumors mu ignore na Kofi Adoma brasa me kopie mu wo ye ni show no so na Kofi chema bra na sa wo ka se wundi bi no se ono obedi onu de okan yo se ebufu na eba na oka aka se bi na so obeka no kware ade oda wo ze wundi bi wo anka sa obeka no kware na sister yanka san so e de chop and so man kunu so nsem ebe ko ba nyina onja of so onja bibia anka na se anka wo nko wanim na brasa me yiri chema ne house boy bi se nsem ne de onim se bebre na wo se na And somebody, I don't even know how to go about it. But so Chema one time been house boy be crab a flashing ni bolo ni bury me or the be chain and sooner. And so they be brave. But say see no dear. Now I to Johnny say, ya worry for being Mochema. Send some there what they bet to just social media. Now one boy will say, I already the work was one cassa. Ah, brass, I mean, put there to just say, or because swedi. Oscar Academy Awards a course na Yana a actor, Will Smith. A boy, a comedian, Chris Rock, as many DJ, we are saying, and as somebody de jajai. I was not even following the awards. Me that's why I'm sorry. I'm say video be chegu, and I'm say, well, I watch any issues be walking majestically, cool stage, she a Chris Rock, assume say boom. Just say me James and Kumianga say Berman and Wolfu Nasumi. Now then workers say, near Kobane saying, Chirman, I'm born come way.
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right? that was a nice one. Okay. I'm out here. Richard. Oh, wow. Wow. Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
Wow, dude.
Yes.
It was a G.I. Jane jump.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
I'm going to, okay? Okay. That was
Now, a Oscar year course, so now Chris Rock be presented some award. Be now he's a comedian. He jokes about almost everything. Now, some people kind na well deck nenu hunti na me semi ko be na me wo krom wiase afede nyas oh Will Smith uye be memoir they will defend wo yire well na we because sisters he so me if I have a boyfriend who doesn't defend me like how Will Smith defend as well jada me na say no money relationship ni munsem ba o de nya ne Rebecca na Chris joke be o passing no Ochema he commented on the year ne yere ne hair loss so she's suffering from alopecia I just said no it's a hair loss way it's a health condition but when he decided ni be die gore na joke no call passing so be a ho nyina astro but he will cross through but all trying to say anya jada but minim so who be go na suma and then a very more person defending it is about customer my and yere ya say we breaking emotion mo you ko breaking me heart and jada will so sorry na be memoir very more done ya what is covering you know walking pa Chris asum why o we no koje best actor award first time they say we knew us can be na man fu kire ma we dey na say anka watch na so but Chris you miss a Chris we also ekwakokano no ochema sa out of the heat of the moment because someone who say won we dey akobe bi say mo sport yanka say mo ti front row no bia pass joke na anya ne dey we say joke na pass we ya pa na jada enim here bibia say what do you mean by that? Nana Bema done you or yes, and also Chema, we are sorry. Your Chema dance Washington advice by the chain says at your highest moments, and then I'll boom some banner just Obama, ye be been say, who glory in no be forget it. Now, some you go by and Chema, a ya word, woman Jane finish, so he acted just the heat of the moment, just go very comment. Now, yeah, but a Ghana Hanum say, ye relate here, and your comedians no, and then who's a DK binom. Jerry Nom, Lexi, Anna, Obian Pons, I watch them, and I said, yeah, send you will say, and I just want to mean jokey crack, so cracky joke, so could be some and say, you go over the board. I to be a go over the board, will be a health condition, and say, dear joke, but Munkos on a moon to tell you way soon, and I'm a moon joke, but I say, we were to John and Mafu comments and watch him. I said, Mom Becca's Mom Beccani, send a Will Smith a secret as soon. Sandy a Bessie was soon. Now, treat them commodity cost baby. Meaning, say, oh boy, be but me a defender was Sana, but advances a wound young hoarding uncle two, so be an only pane brimbia, or don't know to cook a wheelchair, or uncle Siakan Samanfo. Now, what tree, Dama Bruni? Unze, number them in where see but my bed and my bedroom, the echo swankasa. A young match, a haku, I mean, bet match, a daku. Now, April, I every oh, Jai, Messiah Betty Kungat as a enya botarat nasi. No, I do ask maybe a dinner in the bath and I say, ye de moon commonina, Eddie Ababram. Now, what you do is an iron, come, man. Yes, same require, ready, yes, sorry, so that's a nay, shame one. And commercial entertainment industry, I'm a brony, Midaba Somo, my cram.
Ghana ni training on the investigations and on Manasi Azuri Awoni and on the same atu Jawaba Wachakra on the social media page and all we say Vice President Dr. Baumia Wayade pa or say ube to me aka bibia afa Dr. Baumia who say sebi o chantro sebi on kanukre sebi on dini boshe so oka say obe arrest $1 on to me nye nemo adeba kwa Ghana for edebe kai Dr. Baumia ye pa ne say nenka nka ne yaka Ghana politics and buga buga ni atemdidie che say yenka asem o atemdidie ni chobo he anyway o say nenso Dr. Baumia eba sini mu no wasesa nyoma why say wasesa ye level MSCC the Ghana politics the issues economy ho nsem economy ni ekosen then na wo ya wo de bo economy no wo ba na te sen wo de kosen ejina sen o se we na aba Ghana politics man see a politician bia ekasa na oka economy ti say no o se we na abasobode no ese de ma Dr. Baumia efise wasesa nyoma mu e Ghana wasesa ye level ankasa. I am penny for Ekase, what's one out our say na bema no eboa or tenin sa ewa so say ope baby fa eno ena ato mamia obo enyuma ekueme aye popular Ghana pa na please for more Abuja almost ni kunu aye no Peter Nwachuku omo akwache no efri say omo ejidi say ne yere na oye owuye April 8 no na woche etwemi no kunu no ena bo no ema ne wuya eno nso ayare hosem na Nigeria police na oni BBC Pidgin etwetwe nkomo ena du tu dwase ampa omakwache ne kunu na nwumtuni aye no Frank Edwards ono nso choma na omo studio baako ena ne kunu no kire ne nwum so onto nwum no language we ena ne nwum so dabi obeto no different language a ne kunu no ebo nasum studio ho ema obia ehu ya eno nso ye de sa report no to ja na police for no choma ombehwehwem na se ne kunu no ono ena bo no ama ne wu ya omo de no ebekokogina embra nanim. CEO Edema Awareness Healthcare Center in Ghana, Ora I friend Dr. Samuel Duncan, say Mfantuja, say everything after 2007 on a man and you sheno every say encrophobi penu econo every say I discover a drama edibe cure HIV AIDS. Now Ora we edit in same way to Jarabrana only EIB network or more central regional correspondent I friend ya Boejan chichim komono lichem say everything say onya a draw I ebe so HIV yara no onama na I say amanfo teteno penu ekunu ochema scientist for bi a omo nso ewe adwuma no mu no omo eka ho no omo bopo etia ne say omunya na ometumi eye ne kra efiri nsem. Weekend the Ghana for anti asempa every say Black Stars midfielder IFN of Baba Idrisu around now see a kind Edmund Real Mallorca normally Atletico de Madrid and Bono Abrante we etumi etwahe ya win to me and to a game no so na Baba Idrisu onya head injury abra one Thomas Lema omuti ekobo mu abra no mudi aprapere ewo bon ho a win to me and to a game no so na sa game no Real Mallorca winning by a long goal omonso etumi enya 3 points and the coach IFN Harvey Agriodin say me betu dwa dodo na ejiri se ensem fatara abra na offer Baba Idrisu my black guy eno nti dodo na dwen esusu say sa statement na coach Aguero editu dwa no na ensem fata edenti na obeka say abrante na odin nti edenti na obeka say my black guy what to say and I say say na wompom etie.
trying street food today, and I'm not going to do it alone. Thank God for the sun today. At least today I get to feel the Ghana sun on my skin. Look at the way I'm glowing. Tell me I'm not glowing, guys. And so today I'm going to be meeting the Summer family, and they are also a couple channel in Nairobi, based in Nairobi. And so I can't wait for you to meet them. They're going to be trying all the street foods. I mean, as many street food as possible. They're going to be trying it, and you know I always come along with you. And so let's go right into the video. So you all meet the Summer family. Hi guys. Hi. Look at they are smiling. So what's your channel name?
The Summer's Family.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a couple channel by the way. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe.
Oh, you have two ladies as your girlfriend?
Nah.
Coco.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Coco Miche from Coco in Dante family. Welcome to Kenya, by the way.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So guys, I'm going to be sharing their links in the description box. Do want to subscribe to their family. They are making my stay in Nairobi an exciting one. And today we are going to be trying. What kind of food are we going to be trying?
Chapati.
Inchura.
Nyamachoma.
Nyamachoma is one of the food I've been meaning to eat. I can't wait to try it. And guys, you know, you are coming along with us. So let's go. So like this area we are, it's more of fruits, vegetables, and as you can see they are enjoying their apples. Yeah, so the whole entire space is for fruits and vegetables. Okay, so we have spotted what's the name?
Smoky.
Smoky is kebab. Okay. And boiled eggs. Okay, so does the egg go with pepper?
Yeah.
Pepper
and tomato and salt.
Is it very spicy?
Not very spicy.
Okay, in Ghana, ours is very, very spicy. Like very, very spicy. Sweetheart, please can I have one? Or which of them?
You need egg.
No, not egg. I want to try the kebab. Okay. Kebab is made of what?
It's made of meat and flour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Chapati flour.
So
Chapati flour.
$0.5. That's
Yeah.
50 bob in Kenya.
Okay. Auntie, what's the name? Please give me one kebab. And it's 50 Kenyan shillings. Yes. Yes, it's different. It's like this, the big one.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, cut it. Pepper.
Kachumbari ya pilipili.
Pilipili. So guys, it's called pilipili.
Pepper.
Pepper. Okay. That's salt. Salt. Oh, it's okay. Yeah. Thank you. So you guys, we have to share.
Is it recording?
Yeah. Like this.
Okay, thank you so much.
So guys, I'm going to be trying their kebab.
How is it?
It's nice. Let me try it with the sauce. it tastes better with the pepper.
Yeah.
Because I'm from West Africa, and West Africans, we like a lot of pepper, so yeah.
Don't have a taste. We want soda.
How does it taste, bro?
A metal Kenyan pot.
Okay.
This one are not the exact.
So what's it cooking?
I guess
Maharagwe. Beans.
Beans. Oh, okay.
Githeri. It's a githeri.
Oh.
Yeah, githeri.
Wow.
Yeah.
I see.
It's a hat.
So this is the famous nyama choma.
Yeah.
This is the hat.
This hat.
And this is the hat.
Yeah.
Bull hat. Hat. Complete hat. You see?
Oh, that's
This
that's
hat. You know what is this? Altar. Eh? Altar living.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ventricle.
Yeah.
Aurico. Yeah,
Aurico.
Yeah.
Do you have that?
Yeah, so you come to prepare it for us?
Yeah.
I think these are ready, right?
Kashumbari, do you want kashumbari?
Yes. Can we have some that is ready?
Kachumbari and pilipili.
Yeah, and chili.
And firi.
Yeah, chili. Pepper.
So you mix avocado?
Avocado, tomatoes, onion, and pilipili, pepper.
Okay.
Pepper.
So he's going to be mixing
You call
this.
it pepper.
Yeah, this is the one kachumbari.
Yeah, this is
It's a mixture of
the original
pepper,
one.
Yeah.
The African
Dania,
kachumbari.
tomato, onions, right?
Yeah.
We grind it before, but you guys
grind
chop them.
Yeah, it's big cut.
How many spoons?
Do
Do you want it to be curry?
Yeah.
To be curry?
Yeah.
It's okay.
We put a little salt.
Okay, salt.
Salt. Very delicious.
Yes.
Very delicious.
So how much is this?
50 shillings.
50 shillings, okay.
50.
And there can you get mutura?
Mutura?
Yeah.
Mutura.
So I'm going to be trying this for the first time. You can use spoon. I just washed my hands on this. It's actually very nice.
It's nice.
Suya, avocado mixed with tomatoes and vegetables.
And the pepper.
Pepper. It's too spicy for you guys, right?
So do you know this?
Ugali. So guys, he has given us ugali. We can actually have it with ugali. What's the ugali made of?
Maize flour.
Okay.
Yeah,
And water. Do you add salt?
No.
Okay.
In Ghana, you add salt.
Just water.
Yeah.
Just water.
I'm going to be trying ugali too for the first time.
Yeah, the first time?
Yeah.
It is
Ugali. This is a famous ugali in Kenya.
The only staple food in Kenya. Yeah, we only know that.
It's just like atfle in Ghana.
Yeah, and Kenyans can't sleep without ugali.
Ugali?
Really?
Yeah, Kenyans.
Have you met me?
Moso men. This thing is keeps this them energetic, right? Yeah, and then ugali.
There's also this one. Groundnuts. It's allowed. Very nice. Very nice. Paka na jogu. Ai.
So this is how the ugali looks like.
Yeah.
It's very whitish. It's just like banku, atpone. You can eat it with soup. You can eat it with soup, right?
Yeah, you can eat it with soup. Soup, milk.
Chicken.
Milk, chicken.
Beans.
Milk. Beans. Chicken ugali.
Okay.
Nyama choma. Nyama choma is a hard thing. Yeah, and kachumbari. Yeah, and kachumbari. So it costs very unique. 170 bob in Kenyan shilling. Yeah.
Okay.
And we took 2 with
granules.
Yeah.
Okay. I think this is one of the meals I've really enjoyed. It was nice. The pear, I think I'll go and try the pear at home.
It's better than the fruits.
Yeah.
You enjoyed the fruits?
Yes, I did. So yeah, it's going well so far. I feel like they don't have a lot of variety of street food here in Kenya, and I mean it's fine.
Yeah. So far we have taken kebab.
Oh, the pepper.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, so Kenyans are not used to too much pepper like West Africans, and so it's understandable. They're like hot.
Very hot.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
sorry, we're going to try mutura.
Mutura.
Okay.
So it's sweet for real. Like
very sweet.
In Kenya we normally take it at late night. Yeah, that's the thing.
When you're just chilling around.
Yeah.
Just going down
at around 6:30 with alcohol or with
with nothing.
Just like that. Okay.
Yeah. And it's sweet. It's sweet at when it's hot.
Oh, it's very hot.
Okay.
And it's sweet when it's dark.
Yeah.
Oh, I get that. Together with kachumbari.
Oh, what's kachumbari?
Kachumbari is a mixture.
Oh, can you imagine?
Pepper, onions.
Yeah.
Pili.
Yeah. Okay, I can't wait to go and try the meal they're talking about. So let's go.
Some Kenyans do normally take mutura, ugali, and some people take mutura, and chapati. You know chapati?
Yes, I know chapati. Yeah. And then fried bread. Yeah.
They roll it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Please subscribe, man.
One thing I've also realized in Kenya is most of them do M-Pesa.
Yeah.
It's just like mobile money in Ghana. And so most of them are like, they take, so he's doing the transaction in Pesa because we are out of physical cash. And yeah. Oh yeah, I'm enjoying it so far.
And the day is not yet
it was good. This was my favorite. Sure. So let's go to the next one.
But I guess you like mutura. So this is the mutura when it's very raw.
Oh, okay.
It's not cooked yet.
Okay, so when he is now cutting it.
Let's go.
Hi, my new friend. How are you? What's your name? I'll find you a Ghana wife.
Single.
Wow.
He's so single.
You are single? So you want a Ghanaian girlfriend? All the Ghanaian girlfriends. I'm coaching you a husband. And you too? You're single?
Oh, so here we have mutura.
All right.
Yeah. It's made of matumbo. Matumbo is intestines.
Yeah, intestines.
Small intestines. Short. Yeah, so it's made of small intestines and I don't know.
and pepper.
Yeah,
and pepper.
And pepper, yes.
Can I have toothpick? So I'm going to be trying tumbo.
No. Mutura. Yeah, say mutura.
I'm going to try mutura.
African sausage.
Take African sausage, mutura.
Yeah. And it's so good.
How is it?
It is a pepper.
How is it? You liking it?
It's called tao. We call it tao.
Tao.
But we usually put it in soup. Tao.
Yeah, I got it right, by the way. That's it. Small intestines.
He says he wants to be my husband. He said it off camera, but he's so shy on camera. So Vivian is just getting me a scarf. Oh, you guys are showing me too much love. Oh, thank you. This is on my neck. The weather is cool. So this one is guys, how cute is this? Let me know in the comment section if you like it. Thank you so much, darling.
You're welcome. This one is a fresh juice made of some sugarcane, some watermelon, some what else? Mango, orange.
Okay, so these are fresh fruits.
Yeah, fresh fruit.
No additives.
No
additives, just fresh. Okay. So what flavors do you have, please? I want passion. Yeah. So I'm having.
So let's do this.
This is 50 Kenyan shilling. So this is how chapati is made.
Oh, okay.
It's made with flour, right?
Yeah.
And so it was my first experience, but I had a good time. And so until next time in my Nairobi series.
Yes.
Bye-bye. And guys, look at it. I got this pretty scarf and I'm looking all like some rich auntie. Until next time, let me blow you guys a kiss.
And then we are planning to travel to Ghana maybe sometimes. So please welcome us.
They will.
Midway air water region air na watri yante asem de efise report a GhanaWeb edi kan air story no air tra na air youth no omni police for more air akachi kromo no omo edibo ma nipa mienu ewu ya eno nso na mpanifo edebetu dwa so omo hwehwe nsem no na omo ehu dia ekoi ne no ena air abranti a air friend air Salom Ameza ono ni air social media post Star FM ne GhanaWeb na air monitor no ena abranti no ede aba betu mi se air report edi kan eba se mranti mienu a omo wuye no police for di kan be ka se omo sabi omo ya kromfo no sa air report no kwa bia enim efri se sa mranti no omo wuye na ono ogbo din bako na efe no settle ono na omo nya kromfo efri se omkodi indomie ewo madamfo bi a yefe no Nelly a ono so oton indomie ewo akachi ekromu na omo kọ no na omo ti moto so omo ye miensa omo sha police for no ka se omo ngina na omo ngina police for no digu omo so a omo di omo ka no ebo omo a omo se metal bi ewo ho a na omo ko bo omo a sa nipa mienu etumi ewuye eno nti ochema sa report edi kan eba na police for no ebeka se wo no omo ya kromfo no omo nya kromfo no report bi a enima oba GhanaWeb ba obenya details a ewo sa story no mu nyina akai. Fix the country convener Oliver Baka obeka ya bosome ene bosome menu atwam ne ho nsem de bebre na na sen aban edi no kogina court oku sensem bi okan court amanebe na opani we edi betu dwa se nde April 11 or the address bi ba bonten a meeting na oni Ken Oferiata finance minister Sanso ena Albert Kandapa Minister for National Security and some top generals Ghana Armed Forces no or the sa a meeting their course na bonten na Ghana for youth na dodo na hwe no say sa secret way na bonten mo Oliver wasan U10 or the ababonten say ono kan so the sa the course no na ba betu janemo one ni mpani for any ne lawyers ebi edi nkomo no omo advice ne say man fa sansem emba bonten if say ebetumi enya national security implications eno nti on fan ba bonten mo ne address o ka say nenumbre o de beba ne de or da ho ejina baby ojina enumbre we Ghana youth mon hwe nanim na mon call Facebook page or the sa address no ebebrem. pembebre no asem esifia na se asem si Ghana ha na bako akasem de court okasa de court nso a ne other party na ono nso oni na nya asem no ono nso gitum ekopie mu court court esiesi asem no kama dia ebebu abanu bia ogitum a eno na national security minister Ora friend Albert Kendapa odi tudwa se sa oman bia esese eko se nipa omuti oman no mu no omunya gide court system no mu se ne be ya de asumdwe ebeba oman no mu na ochema judicial arm of government no omo eboa ye pa na afenso omo hia se ne be ya yebetumi ekipi peace Ghana ha no the same way etudwa wabra na oni members of the judicial committee no oni omo edi nkomo na woche etwam na Kendapa edi to omo nim se sasem sifie asem sisuku edwumam bebia na yedeba akọ judges no omuntina ase no munti asem ni yie na omunfa atembua ese na efata se ne be ya emfa asem ya emba no di chem se sanoma we ekoso Ghana obi anu a obefa mbra no ahye ne nsem se asem bi esi miame ye de amepe na mu ode asem no ebe court.